guests and passionate advocates of sustainability, welcome to WA launch of the Australian New Zealand Biochar Industry Group's Industry Roadmap or 2030 Roadmap. My name is Ewan Beaumont. I'm co-founder and general manager of Energy Farmers Australia. I've been involved in the biochar industry for about 12 years. I'm a member of the NSBIG Advisory Board and part of the working group for this day's event. It's truly a pleasure to see such a diverse gathering of experts, producers, users, old faces and new faces, not old literally, and new faces, all brought together by our shared passion and potential of biochar. After years on the fringe, biochar is gaining global attention with applications in agriculture, waste management, materials, roads and construction, and green steel production. Encompassing all this is biochar's ability to draw down and store carbon for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Today, we have a group of industry experts who will share their experience and vision on how the biochar industry is going to scale to 2030 and beyond. I sincerely hope you enjoy the day. Just a bit of housekeeping, toilets are outside and on the left. To start proceedings, please give a warm welcome to Anthony Abraham, who will conduct the welcome to country.
Hello and welcome. I know we're on a tight little tip here, but yeah, if my speech goes for more than 5 minutes, then I'm talking too much. Young Anthony Abraham, my name's Anthony Abraham, I'm going to from the country, that's probably where it's meeting on. Young one. Yeah, Mum and Calabi Warren. My family, through my mum, my dad, my grandparents, are the Abraham, Miffy, Woods and Bolton. Through the Abraham line, I'm connected to the Reynolds, Humes and Humphreys. On the Miffy line, I'm connected to the Harris, Nettles and Hobbs. On the Woods line, I'm connected to the Baldridge, Toobies, Dames, Jackup and Tuckers. On the Bolton line, I'm connected to the Barnet, Cornwall, Edgells, Riley and Triggs. Because of that connection through my parents and my grandparents, not only am I connected to Whitehall, I'm actually connected to the Ewan, the Balaton, Pingerup, Wilman, Wadani, Kinang, Kurang, Bibliman, Minang, Nuggy Nuggy, Wadri, and Nugget. That is 13 of the tribal clans within the Noongar Nation. There's 14 in the Noongar Nation. The only one I'm not connected to is Army, which is north of Ewan, just under Gerald. Also, because of my grandparents, I'm also connected to the Wongala country, which is Kalgoorlie Central Desert to the border, Nunga country, which is South Australia, and Larrikey country, which is Northern Territory. Because of their bloodline, that's my footprint into Australia itself. Yinanga Buddha, now Nina Wan, Kuranita Govan, Nita Nunga Mor, Nunga Bredia, Kuranita Anna, Murichwing, Balakin. Hello, today we sit and stand on Noongar country. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge my Noongar people, my Noongar elders, and let their spirits look over us and keep us safe. Not only keep us safe here, but keep you safe and have you safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. So today we're using the Slido app. So Sam, a very capable Sam, will be putting it up at different stages of the day with various questions, and especially for the forums, if you've got any questions to ask, please put them through the app. Now, I urge you to read the bios of each speaker that we've got today. There's some very we've got some high caliber people in the room. But instead of reading out the bios, I thought I'd change it up a little bit. And I've asked each speaker, and most of them have responded, to tell me a little bit about themselves that not many people know. For me, for example, I work in humanitarian aid, and I actually got to life and responded to 3 earthquakes And I actually got to light, and while earthquakes scare the absolute bejesus down me, I actually got to light the sound of waking up to the earth moving. Not sure what that says about me, but there you go. So without further ado, our first presenter is our CEO, Don Coyne, who will be presenting virtually. Unfortunately, Don and Beth couldn't make it today. Don's first job was in the commercial horticulture world as a marketing manager for a tissue culture laboratory. He helped develop the logo for the bush jams grown to kangaroo paws. The logo still exists 35 years later, and it's something that gives him a sense of satisfaction every time he sees it. Don is also the man who coined the phrase charts instead of cheers. Take it away, Don.
Sharing screen, Sam.
You're speaking. You're ready. We're ready for you.
You got to share my presentation, Sam.
I've got it up. I've already got it up on the screen.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the WA Biochar Forum. Sorry I couldn't make it live, but certainly with you in spirit today. I went ahead of you last month to prepare and attended a VOCAG. I met some incredible people doing amazing things for biochar and regen ag right around the country, but particularly in WA. The largest landmass state and commonly known as the mining state, according to a study by Monash University in 2020, there are more than 26,000 inactive mines in Western Australia. Of these, 68% are classified as neglected, while only 4% have been noted as rehabilitated. The biochar industry is a mine closure solution provider, and according to a report recently put out by CRC Time and CSIRO recently, this sector is touted to be worth $4 billion per annum to our economy by 2030. I'm very happy to have Nigel Murphy, our immediate past chair and co-founding director of Earth Systems, speaking to this topic later this morning, as well as having Craig Bagnall here from our board, Catalyst Environmental Management and Cedar Group.
I'm doing.
The area sown to wheat in WA over the past 20 years has remained relatively stable at between 4 to 5 million hectares, but over this same period, production has increased strongly with improved yields. As a result, we are seeing production of 8 to 10 million tonnes per annum, according to Agriculture and Food WA. WA also has a number of the largest biochar projects being touted in the pipeline, including our members Renewable Bio's renewable fuel project with biochar in Esperance, Frontier Impact Group's renewable fuels project with biochar and biographene in Narrogin, Renergy's bio oil project with biochar in Collie, and biomass projects in the Pilbara touting the transformation of 50,000 hectares of mesquite, also known as African boxthorn, into carbon capturing biochar. Welcome Deb Pearce to touch on this in our closing panel. Also, a special mention to Louise Edmonds at Carbon Sync, who is looking into the potential of biochar incorporated into the Alan Savory cell grazing method. I would like to thank all of our sponsors for today's event. They are Energy Farmers Australia, Water Corporation WA, Renewable Bio, Highway Group, C12, Facera, Vital Chemical, Regen Ag WA, and Lottery West. Also, Supporter, Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development, DPIRD, for covering Dr. Lucas Van Sweeten's trip over, so he can disseminate some fascinating biochar in soil information to you today. A big round of applause, please. Also, a big thank you to all the members of our working group who have helped put this event together and share it amongst their networks. Led by Ewan Beaumont, Energy Farmers Australia, and thanks for facilitating today's program, Ewan. Special thanks to Ian Kinnenmonth at Land Use Futures, who was instrumental in bringing in some key sponsors and will be here tonight for dinner. Steve Meerwald for Sierra and Kochai Oil, who's also sponsoring tomorrow's Farmers Guide launch. Thanks, Steve. Jason Lee at C12, thank you. Angelo Dabala at Renewable Bio, thanks a lot. And Kathy Dawson, of course, from Warren Catchment Council. Thank you very much, Kathy. A big thank you to the team at ANSBIG, Rebecca DeGale in administration that does a lot of the background coordination and database management. Also, Sam Sagami, who coordinates our marketing and communications. She's going to be our AV person running the program today and does many other duties as cluster manager. So thanks, Sam, for all that you do. A special mention to our graphic artist, Rosie Moulton, who does all the incredible artwork of our roadmap and now the Farmer's Guide. Thank you also to our executive board members that go above and beyond the call of duty, of which some are here today. They are our chair, Melissa Rebick, immediate past chair, Nigel Murphy, our public officer, Craig Bagnall, and Professor Stephen Joseph, co-creator of the Farmer's Guide launch and workshop tomorrow. Brian Scott from Renewable Bio is our Perth-based new board member with legal experience, but he couldn't be with us today. And finally, thank you to all our members. Without you, our work would not be possible. Next slide, please, Sam. Just let me know when that's. So ANSBIG is the peak body for biochar in Australia. Our vision is Australia and New Zealand as global leaders in the sustainable production and use of biochar. Next slide, Sam. Yep. So what is biochar and what is roadmap? So we have a video up on YouTube, pushing 10,000 views. So you can please watch that and share. The video includes a quote from our patron, Ross Garno, who is a champion for biochar industry scale up in Australia. Next slide, Sam, 2 clicks. Also, we have now have a fact sheet. So that's up on our resources page, Introduction to Biochar. It's available for a free download. And we've defined biochar as carbon stored in a durable form for centuries to millennia in soil and non-soil applications, as opposed to biocarbon or metchar, which is burnt but will replace fossil fuel-based reductants and fuels, bringing emissions reduction. Both biochar and biocarbon is produced by the same technology. Next slides, please, Sam. So now we also are very excited and happy to announce that a Farmer's Guide to the production, use and application of biochar is now live on our website. You can take a photo of the QR code and that will download for free. This is the result of 5 years' work co-authored by Stephen Joseph and Paul Taylor of the Biochar Revolution fame. The worldwide launch, and it does have global implications and can be modified for other regions, and workshop will be delivered tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Western Australian time at Lake Farms, 598 Warren Road, Woottatting, just 1 hour's drive from Perth. It is not too late to attend live, but you can also register virtually and watch it remotely with a recording thereafter. This should be a momentous day if you can possibly make it live tomorrow. Next slide, please, Sam. So the emergence of commercial biochar industry in ANZ. The inauguration was in the 2000s, R&D at national and state levels. The world's oldest field trials at Wallingbar, New South Wales DPI. There was the Biochar Researchers Network of ANZ, which went inactive from 2014. And then there was the formation of ANZB in 2007. ANZBIG emerged as an industry group in 2020, 200 active members including corporates, entrepreneurs, academics, capital and governments at all levels. We have a significant library of conference and webinar recordings, economic reports and scientific papers by category. We focus on resourcing, education and communications, innovation, policy and regulations, supply and market development, and standards and certification. We have 20 members with multi-million-dollar projects underway worldwide, and we've developed the world's first biochar industry 2030 roadmap launched in June 2023 in Canberra. Next slide, please, Sam. The current industry is worth 50 to 100 million per annum. Current production and use is a mere 10 to 20,000 tonnes per annum at the moment, but extensive expansion is underway. And a single project in Victoria coming on this year will produce 16,000 tonnes per annum. We've also identified that there's 50 to 100 million tonnes of commercially accessible residual biomass that's currently burned or landfilled every year in Australia. The ANZ Biochar Industry Roadmap identified an opportunity to scale up the industry by 2030 to a net value worth of between 1 to 5 billion per annum and production levels of between 15 to 30 million tonnes per annum. Next slide, Sam. So that's the front cover of the roadmap. And we want to thank all our supporters and sponsors. These haven't been updated. Once we get through all of our state forums, we'll put out another version with all of our state forum sponsors that qualify also as a roadmap sponsor. And then finally, thank you again to all of the today's sponsors for the Western Australian Forum. So thank you very much. And that's it from me.
And we're going to play the video now.
We weren't, do you mean the What is Biochar video?
Yeah, were you going to play that?
We weren't going to. Would you like me to?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
We can move on. So I'd like to introduce Jane Kelsby, member for Warren Blackwood. And Jane's an avid ocean swimmer. She has attempted Rottnest Channel swim in a team 6 times, finished 3 of them. She's also done Lake Argyle twice and is doing it again this year. Jane was the first MP to complete the Busso Jetty swim. She's now swum the 3.6K 3 times, has lived in London for 16 years, having left WA for a 4-month holiday. Jane worked for Status Quo, how good's that? And a British band called Marillion. Haven't heard of that one, Jane, back in the day. And she also owns a 1972 Kombi called Dotty, originally from Brighton in the UK. Welcome, Jane.
Thank you. What a great thing when you get asked for your bio and they don't want to know anything about your career. It's so fabulous. and the Combies from Brighton, not me. So it's great to be here today, and I'd just like to begin by acknowledging the Whadjuk Noongar people of the traditional owners, of the land on which we meet today, and recognise their continuing connection to land, waters, and community, and pay our respects to the elders past, present, and emerging. Thank you to the organisers of this event today. It is absolutely my pleasure to be here. I'm the member for Warren Blackwood, so down south from Mount Barker over to Margaret River up to Bailing Up Boyup Brook, and I actually live in Denmark. So quite a champion of this space. I have to tell you the learning that I've been doing the past 3 years since being elected, and I can see the industry and I guess the interest growing. Every time I talk to somebody, I learn a bit more and get a bit more excited. It's my pleasure to be here today to officially open the West Australian Forum on behalf of the Honourable Jackie Jarvis, Minister for Agriculture and Food, who's actually still a part. I managed to sneak away. And the release of the Australian Biochar Industries 2030 Roadmap is an important landmark and will guide the future direction of this emerging sector. I actually spoke last night to Catherine Turnbull from Deep Herd, and we had a great conversation about the potential of this industry and getting governments piquing the interest. So I believe, the Minister for Agriculture and Food, Jackie Jarvis, Cathy Dawson from Warren Catchment, you speak to her regularly about it and have piqued her interest. Myself, having been educated also by the Wilson Inlet Catchment Council with their projects, also speaking regularly. And most recently also, we had a briefing from Minister for Environment, Climate Action, so around waste management, Reece Whitby. And I raised biochar and I raised the magic machine, the magic pyrolysis machines, which from a layman's or a layperson's term seems like this magic thing where you put stuff in and out comes biochar, this magical entity, item, stuff that can be put back into the ground. And so whenever the opportunity comes and I'm in Parliament, I've become a bit of a champion of this space. So I'm really keen to learn more today and to take that back to my colleagues within Parliament and also back to my electorate and back to my local governments, because I really think there's an opportunity for them to play a role in this space. So the challenge to decarbonise industries and communities does represent new opportunities for economic growth and for regional economic diversification. I love it when I get the notes from the minister's offices too, and they often talk about the industry, and I'm preaching to the converted. You guys all know the industry, so I will skip through some parts of this because you'll know it. So obviously it's got the potential to be one of these opportunities, transforming waste into assets and championing the circular economy. Today's speakers, which I'm really pleased to be able to stay around, I think, until lunchtime and listen and learn, will offer us a diverse range of expertise, perspectives and insights into the potential for biochar, particularly agriculture and heavy industry, both of which ways we're seeking to meet market demand for low carbon and green products. It's obviously an emerging marketplace, and the demand for high grade carbon by WA's mineral processors and international players is growing rapidly. It's something that Catherine and I spoke about at length last night, and the opportunities that will come in future. So I think forums like today are really important for getting like-minded people together to share knowledge, share different skills and connect in different ways to be able to champion that and go forth, I suppose. WA is also attracting investment into biochar projects, driven by our supply of sustainable biomass, the needs of the mineral processing and agriculture sectors, excuse me, and our track record for innovation in pyrolysis technology development. Again, that magical box that creates the biochar, which I'm keen to learn more about. So the Cook government supports the development of innovative low carbon technologies. Thank you. With the potential to deliver solutions to achieve net zero goals and support regional economies and communities to remain resilient in a changing world. The transition to net zero future will require a range of solutions, and we will have to be innovative. Bioenergy and its co-products, such as biochar, represents significant sustainability and circular economy benefits, allowing it to emerge as a 21st century solution. So the state government has already invested more than $11 million in regional projects with direct or indirect production or utilisation of biochar. So a couple of these projects, which I'll just touch base on, the Waste to Net Zero Biochar Feasibility Study Assessment undertaken by the Wilson Inlet Catchment Council. I know Mark McHenry's not here. I haven't seen Sean either. Is anyone here from Wilson? No. So they aim to convert the Shire of Denmark's green waste to biochar for a range of uses. So I believe the feasibility study is either underway or may have been completed. So I'm really keen to see what happens in that space next. And again, be a champion for that and talk to the other local governments within my electorate about potential. Future Energy Australia is proposing to operate a biorefinery in Narrogin that will produce renewable diesel and sustainable aviation fuel. The project has received $2 million through the WA Government's Clean Energy Future Fund to support construction of the facility, which will produce around 8,000 tonnes of biochar as a co-product of the biofuel production process. Future Energy Australia is investigating their graphene-rich biochar to supply the renewable energy market, which will play a vital role in this state's decarbonisation. I was really interested to read this as well. So the WA's based, I guess it's Renergy, has developed a patented award-winning pyrolysis technology partnered with the Shire of Collie to build and operate a pyrolysis plant at the Collie Resource Recovery Centre. Wish it was down the road further in Manjimup, but Kathy will have to just keep pushing to get it closer down our way. So the municipal solid waste and forestry residues will be diverted from landfill and converted through the pyrolysis machine into biochar, bio-oil and wood vinegar. Wood vinegar is a new thing. I hadn't heard about that until yesterday. So that's a whole nother product that I need to go and learn about. So Renergy is supported by the Collie Futures Industry Development Fund and also the Australian Renewable Energy Agency. Magnium Australia, thinking magnesium, you need that for swimming. Plans to use 30,000 tonnes of locally produced biochar each year in their processed magnesium refinery in Collie again. They plan to produce zero emissions magnesium using breakthrough technology and replacing metallurgical coal with biochar. Magnium has been supported again through the Collie Futures Industry Development Fund, Collie Industrial Transition Fund and the Australian Critical Minerals Office. So there's obviously a lot going on. The government is interested in this space and investing in this space. I really look forward today to meeting as many of you as I can, learning more, as I say, and going back out to be a champion for this industry, an emerging industry. And also, as I say, talking to my local governments about the opportunities that may come for them, piquing their interest and connecting them to different people in the audience, I guess, today and to this organisation. So I look forward to hearing the discussion today and hope the forum will be a source of inspiration for each of you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thanks very much, Jane. I think one of the outcomes of the roadmap was that we need to lobby government for support for this industry. So it's great that you're a voice in Parliament for the biochar industry, Jane. So our next speaker is the ANZBIG chair, Melissa Revick. Melissa is an accredited stuntman, through the Entertainment Arts Alliances and one of the main stunt doubles in The Cloud's Daughters under the name of Truscott. Melissa loves adrenaline sports and participates in surfboat rowing and recently raced in a classic motorcycle race. I'd be interested to know what the bike was, Melissa.
Thank you, Ewan. It was a BSA for your information. Thank you. It's been a great start to today, and thank you so much. It's lovely to have the likes of Jane as an MP who's obviously done her homework and in our care as we ramp up our roadmap. So on the first day of our WA biochar events, amongst fellow industry leaders like yourselves, I really would like to welcome you all and say thank you for being here. and helping the planet. World leaders, as we know, are stressing the need to limit global warming by 1.5 degrees by the end of this century, because crossing the 1.5 degree threshold threshold risks will unleash with irreversible impacts, as we know. Just talking about carbon removal scale up here. There's a little video there. I'm not sure if I can play that at all.
I'll do it.
I'm going to play that one, Sam. You can do that from your end.
Yep.
And I guess 2023 was one of the hottest ever and was well above 1.5 degrees. And you know, so we're already experiencing years above 1.5 degrees. It was 1.56, one of the hottest, was the hottest year on record. The video that I want to play shows you how carbon is, just from a small fire, the amount of carbon that's released in the atmosphere. So 2023, being one of the hottest years on records, also unleashed a huge amount of catastrophic bushfires globally, and the amount of carbon put to the atmosphere from those bushfires. We might not be able to play it.
I'm determined.
The intensity that we're burning our carbon budget was alarming and increasing as climate change increases. And over the last few years, we've averaged, you can see how the carbon going into the, as an example from this video. So over the last 5 years, you can see from this graph here, we've actually increased our parts per million of carbon dioxide by 5 parts per million per year. The speed and intensity that we're burning our carbon budget is alarming. And at these rates, we might reach 450 parts per million or 2 degrees by 2030. And our global leaders are saying we need to limit it at 1.5 degrees. We're already here. We may only have 6 years left in our carbon budget as we move closer to an ice-free planet with increased extreme and irreversible impacts. Regrettably, 2023 will be the coolest and lowest of extreme years to come. We know deep, rapid, immediate and sustained reductions in greenhouse gas emissions would lead to a discernible slowdown in global warming within around 2 decades. This requires additional deployment of carbon dioxide removal, which is our industry, while most mitigation activities and policies are focusing on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Our industry is a carbon removal industry, and it can achieve this rapidly. But we need a range of policies with immediate actions involving high upfront investments and possibly disruptive changes are needed rapidly. I don't know where we've gone to this graph and what's happening, but we don't worry, we'll get back on track shortly. So I guess I'm just saying that enhancing technology innovation systems is key in our industry, and that's what our roadmap's about, and widespread adoption of biochar technologies and practices. Our roadmap outlines the key processes to scaling up the most effective carbon removal technologies and practices globally. There is no other material that can achieve so much to cool the planet while increasing production, sustainability, biodiversity, and revenue. So thanks to Ewan and the WA panel, and we look forward to showcasing examples of how our industry can accelerate global carbon removal, and the discussion today and the policy sessions on how we can work together to achieve this. And I'm looking forward to hearing how those discussions will go. So that was just a little bit about carbon removal scale up. So we are getting back on track. Just to look at, so I'm just going to get my presentation on the screen here. Just to reiterate what biochar is, because we didn't see what is biochar video. So most of us already know, but we find this is missing often from our presentations, is that bio-waste is transported in pyrolysis in the absence of oxygen, different to combustion, absence of oxygen. And under high heat, everything that is burnt off is captured as a renewable energy. And everything else that remains is biochar carbon. So our industry is not just biochar, it's a renewable energy process, it's the waste to energy, it's the carbon removal. And then it's what we do with that biochar, and we're hearing different examples of that today. So it's estimated that 50 to 100 million metric tonnes per year of biomass residues go to landfill or are burned every year. And this could produce 10 to 30 million metric tonnes of biochar in Australia and remove 15 million metric tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalents. So we estimate that's a minimum of 10% of Australia's global carbon emissions. But when it's applied to the soil, it can go even further, so up to 30% of global carbon emissions. And we really need to do more accounting around that. So we're hearing today about talks about nitrous oxide reduction by applying biochar with synthetic fertilisers and the like. It's really important to understand the range of feedstocks, and not all biochars are biochars. And so there's Joey's paper that he's done that talks about that, because there's a range of feedstocks, and there's also a range of temperatures, there's a range of pyrolysis technologies. And so that bioactive surface can vary. So biochar is called biochar because the surface is bioactive and has this electromagnetic mediating surface that can exchange cations and anions with other elements. And that's really, really important to understand that process and what that biochar can combine with in the soil to do wonderful things in the soil. And I'll talk more about that. So it's really important to make a fit for purpose biochar and also understand the chars and how to use them, especially in agriculture. So now I'll just talk a little bit about I'll talk about the variability in technology, the technology providers. So now I apologise if this is not exhausting this, because I know Fraser A are also a technology provider. This is one taken recently from the AdSpec website and is on our website. So these are the vendors that are technology providers in Australia at the moment, as well as, I believe, Fraser A. And they're a range of anywhere from contiguous type kilns to continuous pyrolysis systems. And as we go further, we want to ensure that we provide benefit to our technology provider members and also our biochar producers and material suppliers and waste providers. That's what our industry group's about, and that's what we want to learn more about today as well, is how we can connect better, connect you with the industry and vice versa. Now, some of you have already talked about the range of case studies, such as this great one from Logan City Council that making biochar from biosolids and also producing gas, and they will the gas is used to power the facility, and then the biochar is extra, and they are carbon neutral in their operations, and it's a fabulous example. There's a whole range of case studies. This one is actually, we've got a YouTube online if you wanted to look at that. Looking forward to hearing more of those today as well. So I just want to get to what I'm actually supposed to talk about, biochar and its many uses, and especially regenerative ag. So first off, if we look at the range of uses for biochar that are just growing as we speak. So we've got biochar in green roofs and in infrastructure. We can see down the bottom here, we've got biochar in bedding, biochar in animal feeds, biochar and biosolids. So biochar can be used to filter water, but it can also be made from biosolids, biochar and roads, biochar and insulation, biochar and antibiotics, biochar bricks, and biochar and cement. They're just some examples of how biochar is being used in Australia and globally. And so really your imagination is the limit, and each of these industries have decarbonised by including biochar in their processes. So let's talk about regenerative ag, which is what I'm supposed to cover off on. And you know, I've done a lot of projects in this space, but we've also got some amazing speakers on this today. So the main thing about biochar, as I mentioned, is the redox active substance, accepting, storing and donating electrons. That's really, really important to understand the difference from coal, for example, to biochar. Now, the surface area of biochar changes depending on that pyrolysis. And so some biochars you get way more out of than others depending on that pyrolysis process and that surface point for cation and anion exchange. As it becomes activated carbon, that surface area expands by a factor of something like 300 to 1,000, and so that becomes much more bioactive, and also the surface area is like a popcorn effect. So now, when that biochar is used in soils or fed to an animal, it increases feed intake efficiency because it allows the material that it's combined with to become more available to the plant or to the animal. It's highly published that in high energetic diets, like in dairies, a well-balanced animal feed regime should contain multiple electron mediating services such as biochar. And the work that I've done in dairy has certainly shown that that adding biochar to feed increases milk yield and performance and production. And we're looking at doing some work in measuring methane, and there's actually methane meters in dairies at the moment looking at that. The other side of it is in the soil, and we know the top 10 centimetres of soil sustains most life on Earth, but through different farming practices we have demolished or diminished the microbes. 1 gram of biochar has a surface area of a house. 1 gram of soil has as many microbes as there are people on the planet supposed to. But to grow that, biochar can provide a stimulant for microbes in the soil. It's a microbial fuel cell. It allows microbes to be housed there, but they also bounce off that electron mediating surface, and they will also sit in there and feed off the plant roots and the like and expand and break down the plant roots and turn that into carbon. And biochar is up to 8% carbon. So, oops, I haven't been showing you my slides. So that was the slide there. I apologise. So I'm looking here on my screen, but I'm not swapping. So now, if we do apply biochar, which is carbon, up to 8% carbon to the soil, you'll increase your soil carbon fairly quickly. And we found by applying around 200 kilos per hectare, we're getting around this magnifying effect of increasing soil carbon, and that's published widely as well in the papers that of Joey's, like Joseph et al. And I'm sure others will talk about that today as well. What does a 1% increase in soil carbon give you? This is really important. It'll give you about 165 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalents per hectare of emission reduction. It will also give you 144,000 extra litres of water holding depending on the soil type, or 10 to 30%. So just by increasing your soil carbon by 1%, you're getting an extra 10 to 30% extra water holding capacity. It's something I've advocated heavily in my other roles through the Murray-Darling, that, you know, looking at biochar as a water saving measure rather than looking at irrigation efficiencies. We should also look at our soil efficiencies, and we need to be doing that more and improving our soil water holding capacity. It'll also give you, most importantly, 10 to 42% of increase in production pending biochar application rates. And I know Lucas has got some data on that with his biochar and nitrogen fertiliser. It'll increase your phosphorus availability in the soil by a factor of 4.6. It unlocks phosphorus and makes it much more available, and that is published over and over again. And I guarantee you, put some biochar in the soil. I've done it many times, and the P availability just is amazing, and it's a problem across Australian soils, and biochar will improve that. It will reduce your greenhouse gas emissions from the soil by 12 to 50%, and as I said, it's a fuel cell. So we believe agriculture is the highest order use for biochar because of the fact that once applied to agriculture, it will keep on working for you. But the highest order use in agriculture is if you feed it through an animal first. So we have a fabulous Doug Powell working with Kathy Dawson, who did some of the pioneering work in this space, where we fed it through an animal and it improved the production of the animals. And then the biochar is retained in the manure, and then the manure is buried by dung beetles and incorporated across the property that way. My work in dairy looked at that same thing, but it was easier to look at the milk yield increase, and we found that it actually improved milk yield, animal production, conception rates, and feed conversion in the dairy. But also that we measured the manure, and the manure was higher in nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, sulfur, calcium, and it was bioactive. And so then I did another study on looking at biochar infused dung versus no dung and dung beetles, and we found amazing benefits over and above that of just straight dung buried by dung beetles. Increased the carbon by a factor of around 4 times, and the phosphorus again, and microbes were increased, all of the above. So it's a great way of spreading biochar throughout a property. If you've got animals and grazing animals, very important part of the carbon story. But it also can be added to fertilisers. I'm looking, as I said, I've mentioned Lucas's talk a few times to increase their longevity in the soil or compost and halve your fertiliser bill by applying biochar with synthetic fertilisers. So there is this meta-analysis that was done by, it's a white paper looking at the net benefit to agriculture. This graph's quite interesting because it just looks at a range of uses of biochar and the value per tonne. So avocados was $100 per tonne of biochar, but when you look at the horticulture benefits, they're getting in excess of $20,000 per tonne of biochar benefit, which is absolutely amazing, but that will keep continuing year in, year out. So if you look at this paper, it's online, and over again, we're finding more fruit, bigger fruit, getting into fruit sooner, and those types of papers are published over and over again as well. I think, so we did this with so we looked at, just reverting that back to the dairy work that I did, and we got around $4,700 of benefit per tonne of biochar just in the increase in milk yield. It didn't include the increase in productivity and production from the pasture and soil health. So now another innovative way of thinking about getting biochar into ag, and I think there's a low-hanging fruit, especially in cereal growing country like WA, where there's tens of thousands of hectares owned by one producer, that you could apply it with your fertilisers. So if you look at the cropping and grazing land in Australia, it's 63 million hectares. If biochar was applied at 200 kilos per hectare with those fertilisers to just 10% of that land, that would give you 1.2 million tonnes per hectare of biochar applied. But as if we revert it back to Joey's paper, that would increase crop and pasture yields by 10 to 40%. And so we have an agricultural productivity target, which is a policy in Australia, Jane, to take this back to policy makers looking at that agricultural productivity target, aims to get to 100 billion in farm gate output by 2030. And that means you've got to grow your production by 3% per year to get to that. So our message is, if you apply biochar 200 kilos per hectare, you'll get 10 to 40% increase in production. So just apply biochar. Plus you get all these other decarbonising amazing benefits. And we really need to rebuild our soil base as a nation, because that will improve our economy and output of production. Okay, so getting to there, you're going to give me a warning, aren't you? Where am I up to? Okay, fabulous. So I just wanted to touch on the cyclic carbon nature as well. This is another really key message for our industry. Globally, 50% of soil carbon has been released to the atmosphere, which has contributed to global warming significantly. So the whole concept of biochar is that we no longer burn biomass. So the biomass waste available in Australia is a resource. And as soon as we pyrolyse it, it captures the carbon in that waste. And if we store it back into agriculture, it will recycle that carbon. So that concept can be applied on farms, so you can produce biochar on a small scale on farm. Some farms are looking at pyrolysing, making their own biochar from their biomass waste from crop. And rather than, and I think some of the farms that I've worked with, and I was part of the South Australian No-Till Farmer Association, have said, well, you know, I've been retaining my stubbles for years and years, and I've increased my soil carbon by 1%. And that's taken them 10 years or more to do that, because it slowly breaks down and increases their microbes, and then that has an interaction with the plants. You can do it much faster and accelerate it by making biochar and returning that biochar to your soil. And because of the mediating service of biochar, it will have ongoing benefits for centuries to millennia in your soil, and you can keep building on that. So that whole biochar and cyclic carbon story is very, very important. We need to return our carbon to the soil. We can't afford to burn it anymore. We've run out of resources. Australia used 2.6 times the resources that can be created in any 1 year. It's got to stop. We've got 6 years left in our carbon budget. We can't do it anymore. It's time for policy. It's time to change. Okay, so just having a look at our biochar producers across Australia. So these are the ones that come from ANZFIG as well. There's a list on the ANZFIG website. We do aim, for our members to know that the board is looking at increasing the member benefits. So all of our biochar providers and technology providers will be advertised with a page on our website. And we're looking at also incorporating other aspects of that. So really interested to hear from you if you're a member or want to become a member, how we can benefit you, or talk to one of our board members or advisory board members that are here today. Please, those advisory board members and board members, put your hand up so we know who's who. Nigel's over there, and Craig and Brian and Ewan. We really want to hear from you about how we can benefit you, and we really want to better link our members and what they're doing. We've got 200 members, 20 plus doing multi-million-dollar projects. How we can link them back with those that want to know more about the industry, be involved, and so on. I just wanted to also talk about the, sorry, I'm missing, not doing my slides. There you go, biochar producers. It's on the ANZFIG website, as I said. I just wanted to talk about biochar carbon dioxide removal again. So the differences and how it's important, and I've just questioned, having been involved in climate change department at Ag in South Australia, SARDI for 20 years, why the focus has to be on emission avoidance. I mean, Australia, South Australia in particular, want to be 100% renewable by 2027, which is fantastic. But we also have the opportunity in South Australia to be a carbon sink and catch in on the carbon economy. And we're losing out on that in Australia because many of those innovating and pushing the boundaries are actually selling their carbon removal overseas. But I just wanted to look at, there's 170 types of carbon credits available globally. And there's, open markets now that will recognise, or starting to recognise, the soil carbon payback. So it's much more lucrative carbon removal, soil carbon payback by selling your soil carbon increase on overseas markets. But the other side of these projects, as someone that's developing business cases, is the nitrous oxide reduction payback by applying biochar to nitrogen fertilisers, the methane payback by feeding biochar animals and reducing the methane. The very carbon dioxide removal is actually making the biochar. But when you look at some of these others, they've got livestock methane, grassland range land management, waste incineration, waste gas avoidance. If you look around this circle, biochar applies to probably 70% of those 170 types of carbon credits. So we haven't even touched on the surface of the carbon economy opportunities for our industry. And that's something else we need to explore as an industry, bring it to our industry and monetize it. It's going to be the most important thing between now and 2030. And we are the best placed industry to do that. Okay, and so just have a look at some of the pork suppliers that are catching in on and leaders of that. And how to say these are all South Australian, but Echo2 that are on the Puro website, Paracal and Jeffries that are already selling their carbon removal by making biochar. So by converting that waste to biochar, they're getting paybacks from €248 per tonne of carbon dioxide equivalents. So, that's a really important part of generating a biochar project. And some of those current, and we know, as we hear from some projects, that those carbon dioxide equivalents can be pre-sold to actually fund the project if funds are limiting. But what we're finding, and we would have in the room today with investors that are seriously understanding the carbon economy, sometimes better than we are. They understand the revenue opportunities of these projects. So there we go. Show that slide. There we go. So 248 euro to 150 euro. And so if you go to the Puro website, there's lots to learn on that site because there's a whole list of those projects that are available globally, and the different types of projects are so many and varied in terms of what biomass they use to make biochar and how they're applying it. But there's a lot to learn from all those projects because each of them have their own story, and you know we can learn from their mistakes, I guess, and these particularly in South Australian pioneers, they've done some really hard yards as well, pushing the industry and putting themselves forward, and a lot of time, as a lot of you know, that have done those biochar projects. Okay, so here you go, just talking about revenue, as I said. So this is my last slide, is the biochar project revenue opportunities from a biochar project. So we've talked about carbon credits, but it's not just carbon credits, it's the carbon economy, as I've said. When you're putting a biochar project together, we often look at the carbon removal certificates, but there are other carbon removal options when you put those projects together. There is a lot more. And it's about engaging with the right people, and it's great to hear we have some of those here today as well. And hopefully, you know, those conversations will be had, which is what I really like to see as well, the networking at the conferences and those projects building and opportunities building. The revenue opportunities are there and they're enormous. So the renewable energy as well, of course, that can be produced in projects, syngas, heat, biodiesel, hydrogen. It's endless, and you know, that's where we're innovative. I think I'm not sure if Craig's going to talk about this further, but you know, the difference between our industry, we can make hydrogen that is highly carbon negative. Can the current hydrogen industry produce hydrogen that's carbon negative? That's my question. No more waste. So the fact that we can make money out of waste is amazing and a great revenue opportunity. The biochar use, the biochar production, but biochar use as well. So once you apply biochar to the soil and you increase your production by 10 to 42%, can that be included in a project in its revenue? Wood vinegar and your increased production. So thank you for having me. I'm back later to comment on other, I'm back later to comment on some of the panels, and I think Sam also has a Slido question for you right now to go through. So Sam, if you'd like to put that up, and you'll facilitate that one, are you? Ewan? Yes, thank you. Thanks for having me.
We're going to go for a break in a minute, but just before before we do, one of the comments Melissa made about the Puro Earth. Currently under the ERF, there is no methodology that pays biochar producers for the carbon content of biochar. Biochar is included in the soils method, but there is a limited amount of biochar that you apply. I think it's 100 units, isn't it, Craig? Yeah, so that's one of the other purposes of the roadmap, is to lobby government to acknowledge biochar as being a part of the economy. We got Slido.
Oh, sorry. Should we do the video first, Ewan?
Yeah, well, why don't we take a break and then
It's biochar.
No break.
Biochar is a charcoal-like product.
Sam's the boss, right?
It is made by heating any form of organic matter, biomass, in a controlled process with limited oxygen called pyrolysis. This product is called biochar when it is used as a soil amendment or for other uses that store the carbon in a durable form. Through the use of these technologies, we can capture, utilize, and store carbon for the long term. We can reduce waste. We can produce clean and renewable bioenergy, and we can remove CO2 from the atmosphere. More than 50 million tonnes of residual biomass, including agricultural residues, green waste, and other organic waste, is burned or landfilled every year in Australia. This is a waste of a valuable resource. It also causes pollution, including greenhouse gas emissions. But these wasted resources can be turned into a solid form of carbon, biochar. Globally, every year, biochar could sustainably remove billions of tons of excess CO2 already in our atmosphere, while also enhancing food production and regenerating degraded lands. Over 99% of CO2 captured by biomass re-enters our atmosphere as part of the natural carbon cycle. Pyrolyzing wasted plant biomass into biochar intercepts the cycle and converts carbon into a form that is typically stable for centuries to millennia. Biochar is a sustainable and climate-friendly way to transform organic resources into a valuable carbon product and renewable energy for a circular, regenerative, new carbon economy. There are also many proven and emerging markets for biochar that increase profitability and reduce or draw down carbon. Agriculture, horticulture, livestock, cropping, animal feed to improve animal health and reduce methane emissions, soil carbon sequestration, water management and filtration, mine and land rehabilitation, building and construction. With more uses of biochar emerging, the global market is growing rapidly and is forecast to reach almost 4 billion by 2025. Australia is on the cusp of developing a world-leading biochar industry thanks to our testing, technologies, research, and high potential resources. ANZVIG's Code of Practice is guiding industry best practice for sustainable production, classification, and safe use of biochar. Australia's industry is ready to scale up and create important economic, social, and environmental opportunity, becoming a billion-dollar industry by 2030. What is the next step? We need commitment and leadership from corporates, capital, government, entrepreneurs, and academics. The Australian Biochar Industry 2030 Roadmap outlines a pathway forward for biochar industry scale-up. The roadmap has the potential to remove existing CO2 from the atmosphere, equivalent to 10 to 15% of Australia's annual emissions, provide 10,000 to 20,000 jobs in regional and rural areas, improve soil health and agricultural productivity, restore degraded lands to their true capacity. You can help put a foot on the brakes for climate change. Here's how. Share this video. Find out more at anzvig.org. Support the 10 key initiatives of the Biochar Industry 2030 Roadmap. Both financial and non-financial resources will help. Contact us to find out more. Show your support by taking the Biochar Pledge as an individual or an organisation, or join the Friends of Biochar community via our website. Join ANZVIG. We look forward to welcoming you.
There's one simple sugar hack anyone can do to balance glucose levels almost overnight. Did you?
Just in case anyone was wondering.
That wasn't me, Bob. Yeah, so we're going to take a break now. Just have a look at the, please, we'd like as much input as we can get today. So scan the QR code. This is the first question. What is your present involvement in biochar in WA? So grab a coffee, have something to eat, and we'll see you back here 11 o'clock sharp. Thank you. So the next speaker is Nigel Murphy, ex-chair of ANZVIG and director of their systems. Nigel has a long association with WA. His parents met here when they were working here in the 50s. He has also lived and worked in WA for a couple of periods in the 1980s, spent time in Pilbara and Yilgarn, as well as Perth. Now, I was a bit disappointed to hear this, Nigel, but you're not an Eagles supporter, are you? No, he's a die-hard Geelong supporter, so yes, we won't mention that. What grand final was it again? Or, yes, all right, so yeah, without further ado, I'd like to warm welcome for Nigel Murphy.
Thanks very much, Ewan. I can certainly see a lot of familiar faces and some new faces, and it's fantastic to be back in Western Australia. And look, fantastic to see the effect that the roadmap is having. I can see the energy and the interest that it's driving. That's wonderful, and you know, I really appreciate the strong interest in biochar from the Western Australian government. Jane, that's what we need. So thank you very much for that. For those of you who do not know me, as Ewan said, I'm a director of Earth Systems. It was a company founded in Melbourne in 1993 to drive sustainable solutions through science and technology. So we've been on about a 30-year journey. Earth Systems has worked in more than 50 countries, has offices in Africa, Asia, an office in Europe, and of course Australia. And we work in many sectors, including the mining sector, and indeed have provided advice and technology to a number of companies based here in Perth, some of the very large ones, the Rio Tinto's, BHP's, as well as some smaller and medium-sized companies. In fact, my first job out of university was with Rio Tinto, and my second was with Earth Systems. No one sacked me yet. So Earth Systems does a number of things, but one of those is biochar. We started our biochar journey in around 2008. And so probably one of the biochar pioneers in Australia, believing that turning biomass residues to biochar and carbon products was a no-brainer in a climate and resource constrained world. And we heard lots of reasons this morning, you know, why that's even more important in 2024 than it was in 2008. And in our journey, we've developed biochar production technology, known as the Char Maker, both batch and continuous form. We've developed our own biochar products brand, the Green Man Char, I think in about 2016. And we've also contributed to the establishment and success of the main body for biochar in Australia, which is Ansby. We've exported our biochar technology to Europe, Asia, Oceania, and the Middle East. So we are an exporter. We believe in creating a more sustainable future for our children using science and technology. We're advocates of being smart is the only way that we're going to create a better future for our children and our families. So we believe that clean technology and innovation is the key. The resources sector, which I'm, you know, honestly very familiar with, is an incredibly successful sector in Australia. In fact, the success is mind-boggling, even for people that sort of know it. It's huge, it's unheralded. Its impact is probably understated for the country and the economy. It is a sector where Australia and Australians are at the forefront, not just in Australia, but actually globally. You find Australians in the mining sector all over the world. It is a sector where innovation thrives and where commercial success is common. It's a very innovative sector. The technology that is always changing, costs are reducing, new technologies and techniques are growing. And in fact, there's a whole sector they call the Mets, which is developed around the mining sector, that also exports technology and services throughout the world. So the mining sector here is more than digging up the materials. It's also created a huge sector around it. Australia, as we speak, is the world's largest lithium exporter, important for batteries in a renewable world. In fact, we made 53% of the global production in 2022 came out of Australia, mainly out of Western Australia. We're also the world's largest producer of iron ore. 36% of the world's iron ore comes from Western Australia, BHP, Rio Tinto, Fortescue, and a couple of others. We produce 30% of the world's zircon, 27% bauxite, and 26% rutile. They're amazing figures. And in the last year, mining has contributed something like $60 billion, which is $20,000 or $30,000 for every individual in Australia. Or say $3,000 for every individual in Australia to Australian governments in royalties and profit taxes. So that's not pay-as-you-go tax, that's profit and royalties. And the WA government received over 12 billion in royalties from mining in the last 12 months, from the last figures. And iron ore royalties made up some 9 billion of this amount. Now that mightn't continue forever, and you know, that's another story, that's another talk, but that's a lot of money. This is on the back of some $455 billion of mining exports in 2022-23. So 2/3 of Australia's exports are mining exports. So it is really the goose that lays the golden egg, mining. It's built cities, large part of Perth, built from mining. Melbourne was built from mining in the 1850s, in the gold rush. Kalgoorlie, Broken Hill, all those towns really have mining has played a large part. So we are truly one of the world's quarries. But the mining sector is under pressure. It is a heavy greenhouse gas emitter, and it also impacts land. It does have a footprint. But it is open to partnerships and opportunities to strengthen its social mandate, lower its environmental footprint, and strengthen its legacy. Definitely it's open. And, you know, this is not just government driving this, it's shareholders and it's financiers. They want to finance projects that are not going to be threatened by a changing world. Because mining projects, they're 10, 20-year projects. You know, every company seeks finance for development. Even if you're a Rio Tinto, you're still looking for financing that project individually. So the financiers see environmental and social risk. So can the biochar sector and the mining sector be synergistic partners? The answer is absolutely they can. Biochar is used in mining now. It's small in scope and has the capacity to exponentially grow in areas like mine remediation, water management, and as a source of non-fossil fuel carbon. Indeed, carbon made from coconut shells is the preferred medium for gold extraction during processing. Importantly, biochar can help the mining sector offset its carbon emissions through the use of biochar. Like all large companies, they are under pressure to reduce their carbon emissions. They want to go carbon zero. It's not easy for them. In fact, it's incredibly difficult for them. Some mining associated wastes like wood pellets and cleared vegetation can also be used to produce biochar or carbon black. You know, there's major deforestation in from the mining sector. Even now, that is just burnt, is not turned into a valuable carbon product. Now, they're all thinking that they need to change. All of them. So the mining sector will have no problem embracing biochar if it works for them. The opportunities are many. So we've got to make sure we communicate to them. We have to bring them on board. But that's only part of the story that I'd like to tell. I'd also like to take you back to the time when the mineral resources sector really kicked off in Australia. Probably a little bit before my time, actually, the 1960s. This was the time when cheap materials and energy were needed by the world to build our future. Aluminium was a new product. And we needed to find iron ore, coal, bauxite, nickel. And Western Australia and Australia was a great place to look. It was secure governments. In fact, the governments gave major encouragement and incentives to find and develop these resources. And major global companies that we see today, Rio Tinto, BHP, and indeed Western Mining Corporation, that should still be around, if not for the global financial crisis, rode these waves, and many great Australians, like Avi Parvo, Rod Carnegie, among many others, rose to this challenge. And on the way, we built through that period, we built lots of innovative companies supplying innovative technologies and services. Earth Systems is one of those. Without the mining sector, I'm not sure we'd be here. I'm not sure we'd be contributing to that biochar push that we have now. But we now live in a time that's changed. It's not the 1960s. We now know that our profligate use of fossil fuels in the quest for development, cheap energy, has and is having a massive impact on our climate. As Melissa said, 2023 is the hottest year on record. We're already 1.5 or 1.47 degrees hotter than the pre-industrial baseline. And sea level rise has doubled in the last 40, 50 years. It's now 4.7 millimetres per year over the last decade. So a rate of sea level rise approaching 0.5 metre per century. So on current projections. And Australia is the 15th largest greenhouse gas emitter in the world, contributing 1% of global emissions. Per capita, Australians are the 10th worst greenhouse gas emitters, just after Saudi Arabia. So we've got a lot of work to do. We're also in the age of critical minerals, the minerals needed for our new technologies that are driving a renewable energy future, such as lithium, copper, nickel, rare earths. We need the mining sector, we need those new minerals. However, we have a major problem. I think we have a major problem. While we are recognising the scale of our issues and the need to change, we are still in our old paradigm, and our ability to implement is falling short of our talk. Let me give you some examples. We talk about critical minerals. We've actually missed the most critical mineral of all. It's renewable carbon. Our society is based on carbon, but it's based on fossil fuel carbon. If we lose that fossil fuel carbon, we will need other sources of carbon. And just happens to be biochar is renewable carbon. Carbon is a critical mineral. We need to make sure that our governments recognise it as a critical mineral. We need renewable carbon. Just as we need renewable energy, we need renewable carbon. We talk about our resources, our iron ore, our coal, our nickel. You only need to fly from Perth to Melbourne to see how fragile our soils, prone to erosion, prone to salinity. Biochar can repair and help enrich our soils. Soil is our most precious resource. It's the most precious resource for this country. It grows our food. It sustains us. We also have, unfortunately, a regulatory framework that supports the status quo and hinders innovation. You know, we've worked in many countries, and I must say that Australia has become one of the most difficult to work in. In many situations, we lack common sense, bureaucratic. We've become very individualistic and we lack vision. It is way easier to import to Australia something like biochar, where there is very little regulation where it's produced and very little regulation, you know, in terms of putting it on a bulk shelf. It's much easier to do that than to make biochar here. You know, there's a story of a New South Wales project that took 4 years to get a permit to do an R&D project to produce biochar. 4 years. You're not going to get any investment. The mining sector doesn't work like that. Couldn't work like that. So whilst mining has brought many riches to Australia, it has made us complacent in what we need to do to make Australia an even better country. We now struggle to do the important things for our country and our people. You know, my state government of Victoria spent over $500 million on the Commonwealth Games without running an event. Can you tell me how? I can't understand how you can do that. The Snowy Hydro project is expected to cost $2 billion and be completed by 2025. The federal government now expects it to cost $12 billion and be completed by 2029. I can't believe that either. You know, the mining sector doesn't work like that. I've seen $200, $300 million projects built in 12 months by the mining sector. They just get it done. And, you know, quite frankly, the managing director, they don't do it, they get sacked. So we should not accept this. There are way too many important things that we do need to do and get done. And biochar is one of those. We need to think big and approach the emerging clean tech economy as our next opportunity. Because as I said, you know, iron ore, there's some unique circumstances in iron ore. Africa will start producing just as much iron ore as Australia. It may really impact the amount of money that Australia gets from iron ore. So biochar, our renewable carbon, is a key part of that emerging clean tech economy. We're here. We are on the side that needs to win. We need to invest our mining golden eggs into a more balanced and sustainable economy. We need governments. Thankfully, the WA government is really taking notice. So is the South Australian government. And I think the roadmap is playing a big part in that. We need our governments to come on board and help. We don't have any funding from government for the roadmap, delivery of the roadmap. In fact, we should ask, you know, the Australian governments are putting 200, 400 million into lithium rare earth projects. We need 30 million. We need 30 million to drive this roadmap and make Australia a renewable carbon superpower. We need some of that mining 1960s spirit, but channeled into clean technology and a more sustainable future. We must manufacture. We have to manufacture. We cannot, you know, it doesn't make sense for Australia not to manufacture. We can't just export our raw materials. We have to do something with them. We must have accessible and transparent government. We must focus on being good rather than looking good. And we must make sure that our politicians set the direction, but we don't want them sailing the boat. Politicians don't run mining companies. Very qualified people run mining companies. And they spend 20, 30 years of their life getting to the stage where someone gives them, you know, control of that ship. So some of the, you know, so Australia needs to embrace that it can be a technological powerhouse in clean technology and sustainability, just as it is in mining. The community, we must demand it. Some of the rhetoric is good. As per the Prime Minister's statement earlier this week on rare earths and critical minerals, it's really good. But what we lack is our ability to get all parts of society to make sure we engineer the change that is needed. It's urgent. So I look forward to doing my part in making this happen. Let's take Australia from good to great. The mining sector shows that we can do it. We are great. The mining sector is great. The Australian mining sector is great. So what I'd like to leave you with today is that we need to be proud of our modern mining sector. You know, I don't like our mining sector to be derided because there's a lot of great people who've done a lot of great things. It's taken us 60 years to build, and it wasn't an overnight success. In the 1960s, it wasn't a success. Iron ore, I forget what it was, but maybe it was $6 or $8 a tonne, something like that in the 1960s. But, you know, it's over 100 now. You know, it took hard work, innovation, leadership, entrepreneurial spirit, and a low level of bureaucracy to make the mining sector. And this is what we need to implement the biochar roadmap and grow the sector. We also need to shift our paradigm and acknowledge renewable carbon as a critical mineral. And we also have to recognise that soils are our most precious resource, you know, especially in a landscape like Australia. If we do those two things, biochar in Australia will be a key recipient of this mindset change. So let's all work together and get behind a biochar roadmap and leave this as a wonderful legacy for Australia. The will is there. I know the will is there. Let's cut through and implement, just like the resources sector has done over the last 60 years. Just like mining was a great opportunity for Australia in the 1960s, biochar is a great opportunity for Australia in the 2020s. So let's just get it done. So thank you.
Great presentation, Nigel. Nigel raised a very good point, and when you drive down past Kwinana, the new waste to energy facility that's being built there. All of us small producers, the 1 tonne an hour units, the 500 kilo an hour units, we have to meet the same compliant requirements for our units as Kwinana has to do for their big, you know, I don't know how big the waste to energy facility is there. A diesel tractor burning 1,000 litres of diesel a day would emit more emissions than pyrolysis. So that's where we need the government to, was part of the roadmap really, to identify those gaps. So the next speaker is Dr. Lucas Van Sweeten, Senior Principal Research Scientist at Soils New South Wales DPI. After finishing up at Sydney Uni in 1995, Lucas's job at New South Wales Agriculture moved him up for a 12-month secondment to the north coast of New South Wales, Lennox Heads, where he still lives 25 years later. He's been captain of the Lennox Surf Club and appeared in the Channel 7 version of Bondi Rescue. Surf Patrol, I think it is called, back in 2007, chasing a shark away from the patrol area in a IRB, inflatable rod. He is still patrol captain there with 25 years of service. Lucas and family purchased a farm 9 years ago and has established a custard apple orchard. Yes, there is biochar in some of the rows, which is now run as a commercial enterprise. He also tells me he is very time poor. Thanks, Lucas.
Thank you, Ewan. And before I kick off, I'd just like to tip my hat to Don Coyne, who's put a massive effort into biochar Australia in the last 10 years or so. So acknowledging Don and also Anne speaking as well for this event and the great work that you're doing collectively. So I've been working in biochar, started off working with Joey in biochar in the early 2000s. And you've heard the famous 2006 biochar field trial a while ago. That's our research station. And we're still using that for developing some ideas and further information. So I'm going to focus on soils, and what I'm really going to try and point out here now, I think a lot of the research has changed, and I had a chat with Craig Bagnall about this earlier today. The research has changed from let's make biochar and sit in the soil and see what happens to we've got these problems, we've got these issues. Every single soil in Australia has got a constraint of some description. What can we do? What char can we design to address these particular constraints? So this is data from Grains Research and Development Corporation. So soil structural decline, in particular related to sodicity, is worth annually $1.3 billion, and that's just to the grains industry alone. Add horticulture into that, it's probably another $300,000 or $400,000. So we've got literally billions of dollars worth of profit that we're losing out on because soils are constrained. There are problems within that soil. Acidity, in particular relating to nutrient and also aluminium toxicity, is worth $500 million. And soil degradation due to salinity is $0.2 billion. So we can see there that there are some very significant constraints that we're dealing with. So I'm trying to focus. The title of my talk is focusing on WA soils, and we've got some projects over here through the Soil CRC, who I'm co-branding my talk with today. And we look at the extent of sodium soils in Western Australia, and like the rest of Australia, there are some areas in WA that have got sodic soils, and these sodic soils are particularly related to soil structural decline. And this soil structural decline can result in things like water logging, which, in the low rainfall environment, you think, how can that be possible? But it can happen. But more importantly, you get subsoil constraints, in particular, compaction at depth and loss of structure at depth. And what that means, I think my next slide will talk about that, is rather than water moving freely through the flocculated, aggregated soil, it sits on top of that layer. And when you have water logging at depth, for example, that creates anaerobic conditions and roots don't penetrate that. And along the bottom, we've got some examples of what actually happens. I don't know how it looks up. I think that side where it's a bit darker, you can quite clearly see on the left-hand side a dispersed soil.
So when you have too much sodium, so a sodium soil is defined as a soil that's got about 6% exchangeable sodium. We've seen soil with 50% exchangeable sodium. And what that does, basically the clays fall apart. The traditional amendment for that has been gypsum. So you try and replace the sodium with calcium from gypsum, and that calcium then helps to bind these clay particles together and aggregate them. And then with aggregation, you get improved water flow and also then improved root growth to access that soil water at depth. We're doing a lot of work now with biochar, so I'll give some examples of that very, very soon. And this is an important point. I'm not going to go into it in too much detail, but basically imagine a soil as a bucket, a bucket of water, and roots, the plants can access that bucket of water. Imagine if you put some bricks in that bucket of water, the roots can't actually access that component of the water anymore because it's basically locked off. That is exactly what happens in sodium subsoils. You might have plenty of water there, but the roots actually can't get to it. And this makes these soils not so good in a drought environment. At the end of the grain filling season, that extra 30, 40, 50 mils of water that might be available to them can fill your seed beautifully. But if they can't actually access that, that's where that yield gap comes from, that loss in productivity. There's water there, but the plant roots can't actually get to it. We've got acidic soils, and there are plenty of acidic soils in Western Australia, as there are in other parts of Australia. We can see here in the Eyre Peninsula in South Australia, we've got the opposite. We've got very alkaline soils, our pHs of 9 and 9.2, and they're quite a unique, challenging soil as well to deal with. Sandy, calcareous soils over here, sandy and acidic in general. Down on the coast is obviously less of an issue, but many of the soils have got acid soil that's great. I'm running through some of these problems now because what I'm trying to do is build up a bit of a story on how can we use biochar to address these constraints. And this is a typical example of what happens when you have an acid soil. So in acid soils, you've got exchangeable aluminium generally. That aluminium is very toxic to plant roots, and you end up with root stunting. And here we can see an example, the slide on the left-hand side, an unamended soil, on the right-hand side, the soil where the pH has been rectified, crop grows well. You've got plenty of non-wetting sands here, and there's a lot of projects around trying to address non-wetting sands. So a little bit of rainfall, rather than that water penetrating, it slides off the surface and drains to where it's not needed. All sorts of issues associated with that. Herbicides don't work properly anymore. You've got poor weed control due to that herbicide effect. You've got increased erosion risk because you've now got surface flow of water. So can we address some of these non-wetting sands in particular through the use of biochar? And of course, soil organic carbon stocks. This is a big one. Certainly for the federal government is very interested in utilising agricultural soils for offsetting carbon dioxide emissions. And this is just a slide looking at organic carbon stocks. You don't tend to have a lot in WA. I'm sorry. Your soil types, actually, sandy soils aren't all that conducive to storing a lot of carbon. Not to say that carbon can't be increased, but the baseline for a lot of these soils is a lot lower than, for example, some of the heavier clay soils, where there are mechanisms to actually protect that carbon from breakdown. But the question now is, how can we use biochar to protect some of this carbon? Remembering an important point here, that about 30 to 50% of the photosynthetic energy that plants are making is actually released through the roots into the soil to feed the microbes. How can we now start accessing some of that huge amount of carbon being put into the soil? How can we use biochar to help store some of that new carbon going into that system? And I'll talk about that soon in a moment. This is onto the opportunity with biochar. Here we can see lots of different photos of lots of different biochars. And Lynn McDonald from the CSIRO presented this back in 2014. The important thing about this slide is that basically showing that there's no such thing as a single biochar. They're all different. And this is, I think, one of the challenges that biochar industry is facing, is that we're dealing with a multiple range of compounds.
agricultural lime, calcium carbonate, very, very simple. It's been researched for 100 years. People are still researching calcium carbonate. Very, very simple. We know how it works. Biochar has got this massive range of physico-chemical properties, also changes in biological properties due to that. And we've only been understanding it probably for 10 or 15 years, so there's still a lot of opportunities to learn. But the important point here is that we've got lots of different properties of char. How do we best match these properties of the char to what the soils actually need? And I think that's what we need to really start focusing on for application. I'm almost sick of seeing research papers that says the effects of biochar on, where we've got a field trial or a pot trial, someone to research and throws biochar into that and has a look at what happens. I think we need to back engineer that now and go, well, what are your problems? We know that your soil is sodic, we know that it's acidic, we know that it's got non-wetting sands or whatever. How can we design a particular biochar to address that particular constraint? And we can. I think we've got collective knowledge now to be able to do that. So I think we can fast track that beneficial outcome. I'm rambling on a little bit here, but this is exactly one of these cases where we did that. So this is a soil CRC project with Nigel Wilhelm and Air Peninsula grower groups, where we're looking at these highly constrained calcareous soils. And we designed a biochar, a particular biochar, to address some of these calcareous soil constraints. And even 3 years after this was delivered into the soil at, I think, 500 kilos per hectare, so it was delivered as a fertiliser. This product that you see is actually biochar fertiliser. It's not raw biochar. It's a biochar that's been post-modified to deliver a fertiliser product. 3 years later, it's still giving very, very significant benefits to crop productivity. And that project's being run by PIRSA in South Australia. Here we've got another project led by Hassan Tabakoli, who was with DPI, New South Wales, now with the University of South Australia, where we also designed a biochar containing organic amendment. Biochar was only a component of these engineered products, and this was to address subsoil acidicity. So this particular soil in southern New South Wales, at about 30 centimetres, is highly sodic, at about 30% exchange for sodium, very, very poor water use efficiency. What we're trying to do is increase the water use efficiency. The water's there, the rainfall's there, but the plants can't access it due to the sodic subsoil. What we've done is we deep placed those biochar pellets into that sodic zone to try and address these subsoil constraints. And I don't know how well it's come up, but 2.5 years later, 3 years later, maybe you can just see, maybe on this side you can't supply, you might just see here. You see the yellow, which is still part of that product, which is from 37 meters depth, being dug up. Look at what we're seeing there are microbial glues. So it's not just about the calcium. What we're doing at depth now is we're developing fungal activity. So the fungi are starting to break down some of these organic components, and the fungi are responsible for developing glues. You might have heard of the term glomalin, which is a type of protein, a fungal protein. What we're seeing there are these fungal proteins being developed, and these fungal proteins at the hyphae of the fungi, which are quite strong, are quite powerful, are developing aggregation. And this year, or last season, they had a 20 or 30% increase in yield of barley at that site, and that's due to increased water use efficiency because we're addressing those sodic subsoil constraints with a biochar product. Great outcome. Okay, Soil CRC is also doing a really important project with Southeast Water in Victoria around the pyrolysis of biosolids. So biosolids, we've heard there's some great projects, for example, at Ipswich City Council or Logan Council, sorry. But they're also looking at rolling out more pyrolysis of biosolids projects. Biosolids tend to be problematic waste. They tend to have metals in them, heavy metals, for example. They tend to have microplastics, they tend to have PFAS chemicals, all the things that we don't like putting onto ag land, but we have been doing so because we didn't know better. We can deal with most of those issues through pyrolysis. So I think it's an absolutely amazing outcome, the pyrolysis of biosolids. Let's not landfill that. There's too much nutrient in that, too much phosphorus. that's going to landfill or being disposed of. It actually makes a really nice biochar. Joey and I worked on a biosolids biochar back in 2009, before the whole concept of even pyrolysing biochar biosolids was thought of. So I think that's a great outcome. And plastic contamination in your biosolids matter. It's all broken down, reconstituted into aromatic carbon, though it is in the biochar. You could never tell that there was plastic there. And another really interesting project that Soil South Sea is running, this is Professor Chenron Chen at Griffith University, looking at using biochar as a carrier for rhizobium. So any farmers out here would know that when you plant your legume, you generally have to treat your legume with peat and then a particular inoculant, might be the variety A, B, or C, rhizobium strain, so you get proper nitrogen fixation. We're actually finding superior rhizobia carryover and survival through using biochar products as the carrier for these. So I think, give us 5 or 10 years, I think these will become the standard rather than peat as a rhizobial inoculant. Okay, so I'm doing a bit of work with cows. So this is in Saudi Arabia. We've heard that they're the world's per capita biggest emitters of CO2. But they are also very, very innovative, I think. And a lot of their science, this is an amazing university. Just doing postgraduate research, 40,000 people at it. Facilities are amazing. They're very, very interested in biochar. And this is one of their biochar field trials. And the reason I'm showing that is that their soils are actually not that different to your Western Australian sands. So they're very light textured. They've got a range of acid and also alkaline sands that they're trying to deal with. And here they're trialing biochar on 20 different crops and trying to post-modify, pre-modify these biochars to address particular constraints in these sands. And another project that they're doing is up in the Neom region, which is in the northwest of Saudi Arabia, where the goal is for this region to plant 100 million trees by, I think, 2030. So very, very ambitious project. We're talking about Australians being all over the world. Professor Richard Bush, ex-Southern Cross University and I think ex-University of Newcastle, is now the Director of Sustainability and Environment at Neom. If anyone hasn't heard of Neom before, there's a 2-minute video, just look up Neom The Line, an absolutely ambitious, high investment project. It will blow your mind, it certainly blew mine. But the great outcome here is they're actually investing in things like the use of biochar in the sandy soils. One of the things that they found, and I'm going to raise this very, very soon, is that biochars don't always work in sandy soils, and they have to go through quite a process to design that particular product that they've called, I think, carbo soil for this particular purpose. Adding more biochar into these soils actually results in a loss of trees that actually was quite toxic to the trees due to the high salt effect from the feedstock that they were using. But they've post-credit that, they've sorted out some engineering mechanisms to improve that biochar for that particular sandy soil, and they're getting some great responses. I think in the tomato production that they're looking at, they had double or triple the yields in those sandy soils. So there are some massive opportunities in that particular system. And this goes back to a paper that was a part of, I think, the Biochar Initiative 1 that the federal government funded back in the early 2010s, I think it might have been. And I'm not going to spend too much time here, but this was using a Wongan Hill sand. So the arenosol is a Wongan Hill sand. And what we have on the far left-hand side of the graph is 3 rates of oxalate biochar and 3 rates of a wheat straw biochar. The low rates of biochar gave a slight increase in yield, but the higher rate of biochar in the Wongan Hill sand actually resulted in a loss in productivity. So adding biochar to your soil will not, and I've said this since probably 2009, 2008, won't always result in an increase in yield. Just because you add biochar, don't expect to see an effect. You've got to know why you're adding the biochar and what you're trying to address. If you're adding the biochar with a high salt content, high EC, that high EC might be due to potassium, which is actually fertilizer. you can actually end up with a negative impact on your soil. But you look at the ferrosol, these basalt-rich soils, massive responses to these biochar products. So it really is very, very much soil dependent, the type of response that you get. Okay, I wasn't going to show too much data, but a few data points here that I would like to share with you. And we're going to focus on the arenosol here. So this is a project that one of our PhD students with Ned Cowie and I did back in 2015, I think. That was Peter Quinn. And the arenosol again was a Wongan Hills arenosol, and it was an oil mallee biochar that was obtained through the Soil Biology Initiative project. And what we're having a look at here are changes in soil structure through the addition of biochar, those particular systems. And what we found in the arenosol, we had 3 rates of biochar, 0, 1 and 5%, so quite a high rates of 10 and 50 tonnes per hectare. And we actually found increased porosity and importantly, increased pore connectivity. So that's how one soil gap, one soil pore talks to the next soil pore, talks to the next soil pore, which resulted in a very significantly increased porosity and pore connectivity of those soils. That said, we found the same result with the other soil types. What was quite interesting though is we had a look at soil water retention, and I can share these original papers with anyone that's interested, or maybe we can share them through Anspeak. That might be the best way to go. Well, we have a look at our 3 soil types: our Vertisol from the Darling Downs, our Ferrosol, and our Wongan Hills sand again. And we have a look at soil water retention. This is a fairly typical pressure plate soil water retention type graph, where along the x-axis, the axis running this way, we apply different pressure to the soil. So 0.001 megapascals is basically just gravity. And then we increase the suction on that soil and we see how much water we can extract from the soil. And what this is showing us in a nutshell is in the Vertisol. So the important point to note here is that biochar at 1%, the oil mallee biochar, versus the standard soil, wasn't that different. It wasn't hugely different. Don't expect massive changes because they're not going to happen. But there were some subtle changes. And the important subtle change here was in the Vertisol, we actually had less water stored when it was saturated. And that's probably because we've lowered bulk density of the soil, we've increased the volume of the soil, creating biochar, and we've got more pores. Interestingly, in the sand, sort of in that sort of saturated zones, from saturation down to maybe 60% water-filled pore space, zones where crops are pretty most in sucking up water. It was actually a little bit more water available in the sandy soil. So the biochar actually did increase the amount of water. It's only in the range of a few millimetres of rainfall equivalent. But the biochar did have an effect there on the water availability in the sandy soil. Now, I think we spoke about this type of result earlier. And this is something that's very, very interesting. I think there's still a lot of research required on here. And this is around biochar changing soil pH, the electron potential of soil. Everyone knows about pH, acidity. Not many people study or even understand, and I'm still struggling to understand the concept in detail, how electrons move in soil. And for every H+ reaction, there's an E- reaction in soil as well. So electrons are continually being shuttled around. What we do know is that biochars can both store and donate electrons. And this is important when it comes to things like free radicals in soil. So we've all heard of free radicals, how free radicals break down carbon. And I think there's a very nice research effort now, Joey's involved in some of that work, and how we're trying to understand how biochar can soak up free radicals in soil so that these free radicals don't actually break down the stored soil organic matter. We actually think that's a very major reason why biochar results in increases in soil organic carbon content beyond what's added with the biochar. But this piece of data, which is really, really neat, has shown that biochar changes the soil pH, and it's actually increased the potential difference between the root membrane and the bulk soil, which means that it's easier for plants to suck up nutrients through the root. So rather than the plants putting all this energy into having to take nutrients like nitrate, for example, into the root system, by increasing that potential difference, it made it easier. And I think this is the very last data slide that I'm going to show. And we proposed this concept back in 2017, but we revisited it here in a 2021 or 22 paper with our PhD student Han Ling, who's now at the University of Adelaide. And it's the whole concept of negative priming of soil organic carbon. So that we know when you add biochar to soil, you know, your soil carbon goes up. We can measure it. It's a pretty simple thing to do. And we expect some of that carbon from the biochar to break down over time. When we can measure that as well, using stabilised techniques, we can measure that. The breakdown is quite small, sort of in that range of 1 to 2% over sort of 3 or 4 years. What we didn't expect to see, and this is from our 2020 field trial, is that carbon content tends to increase. So we end up with a new carbon storage ceiling. And I mentioned before that different soils have got different carbon storage ceiling levels. So these basalt ferrosols have got a very high carbon storage ceiling, probably amongst some of the highest in the world. So we've increased our soil carbon storage ceiling from sort of 4.5% to maybe 6% with one application of biochar. We went back, so Han went back, and we applied another dose of biochar to that system. We had another huge increase in carbon, and again we're finding another new plateau being developed. So what we're doing now is we're actually increasing the ability of that soil to take in all those photosynthate I mentioned before, that 30 to 50% of the carbon's being photosynthesized, being taken out of the atmosphere, as CO2 being turned into sugars and organic acids, is actually put through the root system into the soil. And what we're finding is that more of this new carbon, we call it new carbon, is actually being stabilised into the soil. Wouldn't it be great if we could really optimise that system for some of the sandy soils that tend to have a lower soil organic carbon storage ceiling, because they don't have the clays in them to protect that carbon. And I think biochar plays a role there. You're not going to see it to that quantum, I guarantee that, but I think there might be some opportunities there to look at some changes. Okay, just some implications. I actually just wrote these few scatterbrain ideas I wrote down last night. So what's very important is that we need to address sodium soils. These are really one of our main constraints in virtually every agricultural system. A lot of effort's being put, I'm nearly done, thank you. A lot of effort's being put into designing products for these sodium soils. I think we know enough right now to design products for soil acidity. We know that biochars can be as, if not more effective than agricultural iron. And it's not just due to the carbonate content, they contain oxides, hydroxides, they change the soil biology, they soak up protons. There's all sorts of opportunities, I think, with biochar to address some acid soil constraints. I still see biochar now, and I think a lot of the research, when you look internationally, a lot of the research around biochar being used as a carrier for nutrients, platform material for things like rosodal inoculant, or AMF inoculants, vascular mycorrhizal inoculants. So I think a lot of effort now is going into post-treatment of biochar and developing products for specific purposes. And I think that'll be a great business and investment opportunity. I've talked about the carbon content. The increase in soil water is there, but don't expect it to be massive. I think the real change in water and drought resilience is going to come down to being able to address your other soil constraints, which will allow your roots to penetrate deeper into the profile and access more of the water that's already present. So a little bit of extra water stored in the soil surface doesn't make a huge difference. If you can get the roots down to explore more of that subsoil, that's where the real differences are, at least that's my opinion. And one of the projects, we've gone back to our 2006 field trial. We've got a very clever scientist, Cathy Way, just out of UQ, working with us on this one now, to look at resistance and resilience, and in particular resistance and resilience to drying and drought. And we're trying to understand how the soil biological properties are improved and are more resistant to water deficit events in these biochar field trials. Thank you very much for your time. I could have turned this easily into a 3-hour, but you wouldn't let me. So. Cheers.
I guess Lucas raised another important point that the roadmap identified the need for more research, particularly in WA, where I'm a wheat farmer by trade. The business case for biochar in the wheat belt hasn't been developed yet. So that's one of the areas that the roadmap is also focusing on. So Craig Bagnell, Catalyst Environmental Management. Also from Catalyst Environmental Management, or from the Cedar Group. He's the NBIG executive and he's on the NBIG executive and technical advisory boards. In 1999, Craig and a partner cycled around Australia. It took you 18 months, didn't it, Craig? Exactly a century after the very first continent was first lapped. In 2003, the band Midnight Oil published the lyrics of one of their songs from the album Blue Sky Mine in an ecotourism book that Craig co-authored, which combined the concepts of environmental education and travel in outback Australia, and was also sponsored by the Australian Association for Environmental Education. I also heard last night that you're a world champion, but I'll let you expand on that. Thanks, Craig.
All rumours. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here, and for those who don't know me, I'm an Abercaspian from Newcastle, so I finally got my butt over here to Western Australia again after 25 years. The last time I was on the bike, and I love this place. I think it's one of the best parts of Australia. I've just spent the last week surfing in the southwest, and it's probably fantastic. I've been smiling for the last 2 days because I had yelling up the Margaret River really good. But anyway, I'm an environmental engineer, first of some of the graduates out of the University of Newcastle. Actually, I think we just mentioned Richard Bush. I worked with Richard in mining work. He was doing a lot of mine around in Arno Valley. A bit like Collie over here, Coal Town, Coal Valley. I spent 20, 30 years working in coal mining and in solid waste management. Spent a bit of time also working with recycled product development with the New South Wales Waste Boards, with the regulators then. Basically trying to develop everything from when we're trying to get recycled tyre chrome into roads, things like that. Things you're seeing now. You'll hear some great talks today about biochar going to roads. But yeah, this is where things are really exciting and we're changing. So today's talk is a bit on regulatory. So probably you're thinking this is going to be one of the most boring talks. I'll see if I can make it a bit more interesting. But I want to start with this. If there's one rule about market development, is that you do not want to be on the front page of the Herald or the global media where you've had a complete stuff up. Things go up by the stairs and they come down by the lift. When it comes to trust, you've got to make sure that you're looking at standards, and that one with you lose a couple of billionaires and suddenly the world media is all over it. We're seeing a few now. You've seen over in Sydney with recycled mulch with asbestos in it. I don't know if that's made big media over here or not, but it's a big issue over there. And we're seeing the same with PFAS coming out of mixed waste organics out of the red bin. This is the kind of stuff, and this is why we have to have fit for purpose products, and why we have, as we heard, chars ain't chars. We've got to make sure that if we are going to make things that they're fit for either industrial uses or for soil, and make sure, or for feed chars at premium. So I'll go through that later. So why would our regulators and our industry want to encourage this? When do we need approval? So I'll just do it at a high level on WA. I don't profess to be an expert in WA approvals, but being an engineer, I ended up in project management, running approvals in New South Wales, and I sort of lead a lot of the work with our policy and regulatory group, which is run in the working group for the roadmap by Russ Martin from New South Wales. He's head of the Global Product Stewardship Council, and yeah, we're working with the feds and with state governments. Common hurdles that we're seeing that are inhibiting acceleration of the industry nationally, but then also what can we do about it? Where's the pathway forward? Not really sure why I've been throwing borders around on my slides. It wasn't in there when I did it, but anyway. Okay, so quick 5 tips for any project. You want to engage early. The number one mistake I see is where people come up with a project, the bean counters get involved, we scope up the thing, you've got it all locked away and you think you're gonna do it in 6 months, and then you go to the regulator and you've done the wrong emissions testing, you've done the wrong methodologies for doing studies. You haven't sat down and worked out how they want things done. And if you reverse engineer, you call it front end loading. If you go to the project and you sit down with people early and you work out what the pathways are and you time it, and you then you go to the bean counters and say, right, this is what we can do. It's only when we get that wrong that you see big mistakes. And typically approvals in my part of the world are 12 months to 18 months for most kind of projects, but for thermal treatment systems, you can see it easily blow out into years. And I think there's a couple of people recognise that I was one of those ones. We had 3 years to our R&D project up. So knowing your project's really critical. So you've got to know your risks. Environmental risk assessment, business risk assessment going in hand. Do that initially internally, and then go and take that to the regulators, sit down, and then reassess risks again after you've got to have the right people in the room. A risk assessment's only as good as having the right people at the table. Understand your processes, what those risks are, what the times and costs. And if you talk to any regulator, data, you've got to make sure that you can actually back up what we say. There's that many used car salesmen going into a regulator's office trying to sell swampland. They're just sick of it, and there's constantly technologies claiming that they can solve the world's problems. We're one of them, and we're trying to make sure that you back that up by walking the talk. The biggest thing of all though is do not underestimate social license. And the best way that we do with the accountants when they start talking about not throwing enough money into project approvals is to ask them how much a single day of production is worth. I've seen coal mines delayed for 4 years. And you work that out on a daily rate of how much it's worth. And the same thing can happen to us. We went to a hydrogen conference in Newcastle a couple of weeks ago where they were talking about social license with offshore wind farms being delayed for years with that. And they're looking at a 5-year approval for offshore wind at the moment, which is critical for green hydrogen to go to scale, because they're going to get their water, their electricity cheap to do electrolysis, which is only one way of making hydrogen. I think I've done it all the time. Okay, so what's converging on this? We've heard about it already this morning. Net zero commitments, particularly financial disclosure reporting, is coming out of ASIC and IFRS, the International Financial Reporting Schemes. Those are driving markets, and in particular companies as well as government, to actually look at this seriously. And on the top right hand side, you'll see from Swiss Re, which is one of the largest underwriters of insurance in the world, outside Lloyd's in London, that they see it for every tonne up, you've got to do a tonne down. But when you're heading for 3 to 5 degrees of warming, you're going to need deep into the down. We actually need to go probably 3 to 5 tonnes down for every tonne going up. Currently, we're sending 59 billion tonnes of emissions up, including methane. CO2 is about 2/3 of it. And we're sinking about 100,000 tonnes net from, not from natural sinks, but from anthropogenic. So we've got a long way to go to get emissions reduction down and carbon dioxide removal. Sustainability, UN SDGs are now a major focus. So along with financial disclosure reporting for climate, we're also going to see sustainability reporting, and this is going to be a major driver. It's one of the reasons why we've aligned the roadmap with the UN SDGs. So all of the actions in the roadmap are aligned to those, and they're measurable. And sector decarbonisation resilience. I think post-COVID, this whole thing about gas-led recovery and all this kind of stuff you've heard, part of this is about actually looking at where's our shop. The reason why gas has been such a big issue is it nearly tripled in price. That absolutely crippled fertilisers, because fertilisers are made as a natural gas byproduct. So when you actually look at the price of fertilisers that are going up, it's all associated with natural gas shocks. So a war in Ukraine is causing us to have economic resilience issues because we import 80% of our fertilisers. So our farmers get absolutely nailed here because we don't have resilience on this. This is another part of our industry that we've been looking at. That's part of that bioenergy space, is to replace renewable natural gas as well as making biochar at the same time. All right, and yeah, investors are starting to look this way with very serious capital to do it. And when you look at the insurance costs on the bottom right there, climate change is uninsurable. You cannot have $1 billion storm like we see with cyclones and tornadoes and things like that over in the US occurring every 5 minutes. It is not possible to underwrite that. Not even the US government can underwrite that. So what you'll see is more and more drive to actually mitigate climate change and change it from there. As you heard too, we've got a hell of a lot of biomass that could be turned to this that we're currently burning or landfilling or purification like weeds, woody weeds. Bagasse, we've got grape bark, there's very large amounts of that. We're here at our South Australian Forum. And the big thing with biochar that differentiates from just chopping down forests as we've seen with conventional bioenergy in the past and then burning it to make power is that we can enhance food security, whereas that's seen as a threat. And I actually think that the social license from bioenergy, conventional bioenergy is actually the biggest risk to the biochar industry scaling up. We need to actually show that we're different, and most people in the community don't even know what it is. What's the pub test? If you've actually asked them what biochar is down the pub, they'll probably look at you funny. So yeah, that's a key point. So right, that'll come into the regulatory stuff in a minute about decoupling from incineration and combustion, linear waste energy versus thermal systems where you're getting regenerative and recycling and circular economy. That's a critical point of difference to be able to allow government to differentiate. So this whole concept of upcycling and adding value, there's a part of the roadmap that talks about beneficiation, which is basically about adding properties or the post treatments that Lucas was talking about. We can do things to activate biochar to act like a water filter for activated carbon. That can change the way we deal with industrial effluents in water and in air, and we can start to take this stuff to scale. Okay, and it's right at the hub of everything, you know, food, energy, water security, and also materials. So the key is about displacing fossil carbon, and that's driving from everything from low cost stuff like into reductants where they've got high volumes at say $200 to $300 a tonne, all the way up into water filtration for activated carbon that was talked about earlier, where you're seeing say anywhere from $1,250 to $4,000 a tonne. And so all of these markets are displacement markets. So it's not just about energy displacement for putting up solar panels and wind. There's a hell of a lot of our economy that we can actually displace fossil carbon in. Everything from peat, as Lucas was just talking about, right through to carbon black and many other things. I won't spend any time on these next few slides because chars ain't chars. This coins term to basically talk about the fact that every single char, depending on how you what the feedstock is and how you process it, you can get a different result. And the hard part for a regulator is they go, oh geez, well every single technology is different, every single char is different. If you've got outcomes-based regulation that just looks at it's fit for purpose, and if the emissions are done okay, then you focus on that. You don't have to worry about all that variability upstream. That's where we're heading to take things. This is in the roadmap. I won't spend any time on that. That's the soil applications across multiple sectors and a few examples. A copy of all these slides will be available, by the way, so you can look at them later. Non-soil applications across just about every sector you can think of, from roads through to filtration, like I said, and concrete's a massive one. Audi's back in work in Germany with using bioplastics. Oops, sorry, that last one there. This is the combustive one, so these are biocarbons. That's where we use it for oxidative uses, where it's going back in the sky. So you're not actually sinking, but you are actually displacing a really important part. So you want steel is going to need a critical role in the renewable transition. We're going to need to have low carbon steel go through it. Okay, very quickly, syngas. So this is the other part. We talk about biochar, but that's 1/3 of the stuff that comes out of the machine. We put it in the box and we get 1/3 biomass comes down to char. 2/3 is going up into liquids and gases. In the company I work with, we don't do the liquids. We put it all into the syngas. And this is what you can use it for. It is absolutely pivotal to decarbonising so many sectors of the economy, from transport through circular fuels, aviation, a whole lot, SAF, all that stuff we did earlier. And it's carbon negative, as Mel mentioned earlier. It's the only one to get hydrogen carbon negative. That's why you do it. Okay, so when do we need it? Under these parts, under WA's Environment Protection Act and regulations, Schedule 1 describes these prescribed premises, which are going through a transition under the new review that's going through about when you need to have it. Char manufacturing is condition 37 there, or clause 37, 10 tonnes or more per year. Your average pyrolysis unit at 1 tonne an hour is producing about that a day. So this is where we're starting to see the triggering the need for, that takes into what we call a Part 5 assessment. If it's then seen as a significant risk, it goes into a Part 4 assessment. Very similar in most frameworks around the country. there's a test for whether or not you've got a potential for significant environmental impact, then you go through an EIS, environmental impact statement, and you go through a more rigorous process. If you've got, say, for example, oversize in your compost sector, which has got, say, plastic in it, you're going to have a bit more of a more detailed path to go through than if you have a clean feedstock. Okay, so this is there's a link down the bottom there. This is where the reforms are headed. To their credit, WA is looking at proportionate risk-based approach, something that most of the other states haven't done yet. And that's a really important part when we talk about scale. Everything from Kentucky kilns all the way up to these big units that could possibly replace incinerators in the future. We need to be looking at proportionate regulation to scale and not having the same requirements, say, for real-time analyzers that cost $100,000 each for each parameter, to be monitoring our little systems compared to the big, particularly if we're going to have a tractor doing more emissions with pHs and particulates than what you'd see out of a pyrolysis unit in some cases. So commonly, definition of waste is a big issue. Definition of thermal treatment is another issue where we're coupling incineration with pyrolysis and gasification, linear versus circular waste energy. In ACT, it's a complete ban. You can't actually get any. So this is the hardest place in Australia to get a project up. ACT is it. You cannot get one up. Icon Water over there is part of working with us, the Water Services Association of Australia and ANSPIG, to lobby federal government and ACT government. We had a meeting a couple of weeks ago, and this was the pitch. So it's actually an official position now from the policy working group of ANSPIG to decouple incineration from that, because that allows the regulators to have their cake and eat it too. They can keep the stuff they don't want to be in places they don't want, like we're going to have a waste incinerator burning plastic in the middle of next to a childcare centre, and you can decouple that from a farmer who wants to run through his made biochar, whatever he wants anywhere in the state. And this whole issue of disproportionate scale of activity and risk. The big thing, if you want a carbon commodity to travel across borders, Bunnings and Elders are not going to want to know about whether or not it's a trackable waste in Victoria. It needs to be able to flow, so we need to be getting some harmonisation. So one of the parts of the roadmap is to fix that as well. Mobile systems versus premises space. This one's a big one. A lot of places are still playing catch up on it. We've got a number of mobile units available already in Australia versus premises space. Trying to work out that, and this is all about how long it's there for. The risk to anything, especially from emissions, is a proportion to how long it's there as well. So if you've got and how proximate it is to something, it's right next to a childcare centre, or you're a kilometre away from another rural farm. So on the right is Kwinana, $600 million facility, 470,000 tonnes per annum, or whatever it is, burning plastics, and a very large scale of cost. And on the left, we've got Kentucky kilns and stretch kilns via Frank's work that he's doing down there, which I believe he's doing some work with the University of Tasmania to do emissions checks on that, which would be good to feed into things. A couple of mobile systems there, Earth Systems, we heard, leading this space with their char makers, energy farmers with Ewan and Tom's unit, and both of those do permanent units as well as mobile. And then we've got our biggest stuff. And just to be clear, there's only 3 examples there, but as we've heard already, there's a number of even companies over here that are doing this too. There's a whole list on the website. So how can we change all this? We've got, at the moment, what we've been putting in place in ANSPIG is having a fit-for-purpose system where we have code of practice to classify char in 3 grades. And we have the farmer's guide that's being released tomorrow about production use and application of char. We've got the roadmap, which is we're going to establish further to go to a full Australian standard. That takes a number of years. So there's a work to try and funding to try and do that. And then we've got those other aspects there. The big thing that's happening nationally, though, is the focus on resource recovery and material recovery frameworks. So end of waste codes is something that's been coined for that too. When is something no longer a waste, but it's a resource? And it's not just the biochar itself, it's the feedstock. So if everything, like in New South Wales, as soon as it goes off your property, it's a waste. It's defined as a waste. And then suddenly that opens up Pandora's box. You've got waste levies and you've got tracking issues and stuff like that go with it. Pilot pathways for innovation is the other critical element too. So most states are looking at trying to allow pilots through, and that needs to be thinking also about commercial demonstrations of the uses of biochar. If we had a bioplastics company suddenly want to do this, how can they go through an accelerated approval process? Pilot pathway is the easy way through, and still being justified. The regulator's got to be able to avoid that front page of the paper, having that article on there because it's on that everyone will be asking the EPA or DWER, how did you let this through? You've got to have a defendable position. This is the other thing. So the waste hierarchy is seen for resource recovery as a key pivotal sort of building block. It's been around for decades. And basically at the bottom, you've got disposal, and just above it, you've got incineration and thermal treatment. My license from my facility in New South Wales says waste disposal, thermal treatment, because there is no other classification yet. Linear regulations around Australia were set up for linear economy. Circular economy is just something we're now everyone's trying to work out because we're trying to divert waste from landfill. We've got 50% targets for organics to be diverted by landfill nationally under the National Waste Strategy by 2030. And being able to show that we can upcycle, our industry is circular, not linear, and that's why we need to decouple incineration because of and it's those things about being able to put things into circular carbon. Circular carbon as a solid, as a liquid, and as a gas. So yeah, and that's the Queensland Energy from Waste policy on the left, and on the right is something we put together for our DLA CEDA. Yeah, UN SDGs I mentioned earlier, WAS has put out their point, they've actually taken on this decoupling issue as well. This will help us through also the carbon credits as we go through to the ERF or the ACCU scheme. Okay, so where does that sit? Basically, if you can think of it as simple as this, if you've got clean feedstocks that can go into clean chars to go into soils, into the food chain. If you've got really premium processes, you can go into feed chars that are highest grade. If you've got some impurities in there, like say you've got biosolids that have metals because you're an urban catchment, then you're going to probably fall into perhaps at first an industrial char, unless you go into a secondary process of doing further investigations to show that you can put it in under, say, rate-based application. And Joe and I have been, for the last few years, sort of really pushing hard to try and get some funding to develop rate-based application guidance. And that's the next step with the Farmer's Guide, is to go to a farmer's manual and to provide that kind of stuff within it, hopefully. And that's what all the regulators are looking towards. So that's our code. We've already seen that up before, but it covers everything from production and feedstock requirements all the way to and sustainable feedstocks. We don't want to see bad news stories on the front page of the Herald about, you know, people have just cut down rainforests or whatever, or threatened species to provide biochar feedstocks. This is all part of that. There's no need to go through it, but we've got a table in there. That table there is built across looking at European standards, the American standards, and standards across Australia, from feeds all the way through to soils and contaminated materials. The last thing we want to do is have a number in there for mercury and find out that that was actually the same number for us for a hazardous waste classification in one of the states. So we've actually set that up all based on a spreadsheet engineer that's got all those numbers together for us, and I'm sure it was about to go through another revision this year. Farmer's Guide, I won't take any steal any thunder for tomorrow, but that's now available on the website. And congratulations to Paul and Stephen for that massive amount of hard work to put together. I was talking to Lucas earlier and he was saying about how great it's come together. So hopefully that'll be received internationally really well. In terms of the roadmap things for regulation, here are the two critical components. Basically trying to get recognition and policy support, and to harmonise these regulatory frameworks. You want it to trade, we're going to need to do that. And then this is an example here where we've got some of these existing barriers, and these are the specific actions that are in the roadmap. So you can have a look at that for further detail. But you know, getting it to be a safe application right across Australia is the start for us with the code. Example of the Queensland End of Waste Code on the right hand side was our submission. The really critical element of that is this. It only recognised agricultural soil use. Didn't even look at golf courses or urban soil uses, green roofs, all these other things you can use it for, sporting fields, and didn't look at any non-soil industrial uses. So no roads, no concrete, no steel, all these decarbonisation things that are critical. Really, really pivotal to get that in. And it didn't have a secondaries process, so it had a single number for total metals or something like that. And if you failed that, you're out. Didn't classify as a reusable biochar. So there's no secondary process to say you can go through more testing to say it's safe and fit for purpose, which is really, really important. And no proportionate activity either, so for different types of systems to learn through. Next step to go from here is to get that rate-based application guidance, encourage proportionate regulation in all states for small versus large scale activity, the decoupling we've already talked about, and the development of state-specific bridging documents. So we've got that national standard, but if you come to New South Wales, we've got to do about half a dozen extra elements to test for. You've got to test it a certain way, 20 composite samples, all this kind of stuff. And we don't want to make everybody in the whole country do it to the New South Wales standard. It's the first thing Nigel said to me when I was pulling together a few years ago. We both talked extensively. We've tried to come up with a system that's good nationally, and then we'll have these bridging bits to try and deal with state-specific requirements. So if WA's review turns up to need some extra things, we can have a bridging document for that if needed. And that's it. Thank you.
Running a little bit ahead of schedule. Yeah, well, has anyone got any questions? Right, happy to move on. But... one of the things Craig did mention though was pub test. You walk into any pub in Australia and say it's about vodka, most people would say no, right? I mean, that's part of the roadmap, is also communicating the benefits of biochar, and really we want to make this a household. You know, when people buy a bag of biochar from Bunnings or wherever they buy their biochar, they know they're putting carbon into their soils, into their garden. So our next speaker, which will be a virtual presentation, is Annette Cowie. And when I asked Annette, she said her life wasn't very interesting, but I beg to differ. She didn't give me any information, but Annette is the lead IPCC author of the Special Group on Climate Change and Land and Working Group. She's Sixth Assessment Report Senior Principal Researcher, Scientist Climate, and Climate Scientist, New South Wales Department of Primary Industries, and Adjunct Professor for the University of New England. Sorry if I mucked that up a bit, but needless to say, Annette knows her stuff.
Upscale biochar. If you want to know more about the science, you'll hear more.
Yeah, so they're wonderful infographics highlighting all the markets, different markets for biochar. So have a look at those, soil and non-soil. We've got industrial applications, and we've also got...
It's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Annette Cowie, who is well known to people in the biochar circles for a very long time. IPCC lead author of Special Report on Climate Change and Land, and Working Group 3, the Sixth Assessment Report.
Just in case you wanted to hear Craig's voice again.
In climate at the New South Wales Department of Primary Industries and Agriculture, and Adjunct Professor at the University of New England. Please put your hands together for Professor Annette Cowie.
Thanks very much, Craig, and thanks to ANZBIG for inviting me to give this presentation today. I'm going to skate really fast across the whole surface of biochar science, show you how biochar can contribute to climate action, and talk about the policy drivers that will allow us to upscale biochar. If you want to know more about the science, you'll hear more today, but also in particular tomorrow if you're coming back tomorrow. I'd like to acknowledge my co-authors. There's plenty of them, but in particular, Professor Stephen Joseph, more affectionately known as Joey. You can't miss it. The evidence of climate change is all around us. Over the last few years, Australia has certainly experienced plenty of extreme climate events, from record droughts to record fires to record floods, and it's happened across the world as well. I'm sure you're aware. And this isn't a surprise, because what the scientists said would happen as a result of climate change is certainly happening. The world is warming up. The sea level is rising. The glaciers are melting. The ice sheets are melting. And in fact, the last 8 years have been the hottest 8 years on record. So far, 2016 and 2020 have tied for the hottest, but you've probably heard that 2023 is going to beat that by a long shot. We haven't been doing nothing. There has been an effort since the Rio Earth Summit, in fact. The UNFCCC, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, has been attempting to coalesce the world leaders to take action on climate change. And the latest iteration is the Paris Agreement. And this is historic because it's brought together all the nations of the world. They've all adopted targets, the so-called nationally determined contributions. And they've agreed to aim to limit warming to less than 2 degrees and preferably no more than 1.5 degrees. And the Paris Agreement recognises that in order to achieve that, the world needs to reach the point of net zero emissions, net zero greenhouse gas emissions, in the second half of the century. The UNFCCC is informed by the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And that's not a static group. Each time they do a report, they bring together thousands of scientists that put together a synthesis of the published literature. The most recent report is the 6th assessment report, and that was actually published in 3 volumes, 4 actually, if you count the synthesis. But the first volume is the one about the physical evidence of climate change, and that was published at the end of 2021. And that presented what we all know: the evidence for climate change is irrefutable. It's people who are doing it. And at that point, they said, unless there is immediate, rapid and large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, limiting warming to 1.5 degrees will be beyond reach. That's what they said at the end of 2021. The second volume is the one that looks at adaptation, and it talked about all the impacts on human and natural systems from climate change. More of what we've already been seeing, only worse. This is particularly bad for agriculture and forestry, and particularly bad in Australia because we already suffer from a variable climate. The third volume is the one that I was involved in, and that's the mitigation report. And it has some good news and some bad news. The good news is that the rate of increase in emissions has slowed, so all those policies that governments have introduced has had some effect. But the bad news is we're way off track to limiting warming to 2 degrees, let alone 1.5. So we have had some impact. So in the red is the effect of the current policies, but it's nowhere near enough. And also our pledges, those nationally determined contributions, are also not enough. But some more good-ish news: there are a wide range of mitigation strategies that could be effective, they are affordable, and not only that, they also offer co-benefits. But there are strategies that have trade-offs as well that will need to be managed. The land sector has a really important role to play, but it certainly can't do it all. Carbon dioxide removal will be needed to reach net zero. And this is quite an important statement in the summary for policymakers and quite important for biochar. So what do we mean by net zero? Simply that all the anthropogenic emissions of greenhouse gases are balanced by anthropogenic removals, and that essentially means carbon sequestration. Now, you might hear that there's a pathway to get to net zero or a pathway to 1.5 degrees. Actually, the 6th assessment report presents about 2,300 pathways that would all enable us to stay under 1.5 degrees. So there are different trajectories, but this is a typical trajectory. And what it says essentially is that if we're going to meet that target of keeping under 1.5 degrees warming, we have to halve our emissions compared with 2019 by 2025. That's about a year away. And then we have to also reduce methane by 30%. And then we need to reach that point of net zero CO2 by about 2050 and net zero greenhouse gas emissions sometime in the second half of the century, depending on the size of the overshoot. In order to do that, obviously we need to reduce fossil fuel emissions. As I said, we need to reduce methane emissions as well, and we need to ramp up our carbon dioxide removal. In the dark green, that's the land-based, and in the light green, the other more technological removals. The IPCC reviewed a wide range of carbon dioxide removal methods. That's the new terminology they use instead of negative emissions technologies, because technologies doesn't really make much sense when you're just planting a tree or increasing soil organic matter. Some of these are quite obvious, like tree planting and increasing soil organic matter. Then there's biochar, our topic for today. There's also BECCS, bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. Biomass grows and then you burn it for energy and you capture the CO2 and condense it and pump that underground. You've got a negative emissions process. The newer technologies, direct air carbon capture and storage. So that's essentially mounting fans that suck ambient air past a solvent that captures the CO2 that you then condense and pump that underground. So that's negative emissions. That takes a whole lot of energy and it's very expensive. Then there's the kind of very low-tech approach, enhanced rock weathering, where you take basaltic rocks, you crush them very fine, you spread that on the land or in the sea, and that naturally weathers and takes up CO2 as it weathers. Then there's more, I guess, speculative approaches, which are ocean fertilization and ocean alkalinization. The alkalinization could actually be helpful at counteracting acidity in the barrier reef and saving it. The ocean fertilization is very controversial because that means throwing nitrogen, phosphorus or iron out into the open ocean to encourage algal growth. As algae grow, they take up CO2, but obviously you're severely impacting the ecosystem. I like to think of biochar as land-based carbon capture and storage with benefits. When trees grow, they take up carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and normally that decomposes and goes back to the atmosphere. But when we take that biomass and we pyrolyze it, as you heard in Sam's presentation at the beginning, it creates a stable product that lasts for centuries to millennia. So we're essentially diverting the carbon cycle. It decomposes very slowly when biochar is put into soil. We know that biochar is very stable by looking at its chemical structure. You can see there's aromatic rings like benzene rings. They're pretty hard for bugs to eat. The IPCC has classified carbon dioxide removal methods according to this matrix of the removal process and the duration of storage. So it's classified biochar as a biological removal process. So basically it's photosynthesis that takes the CO2 out of the atmosphere and puts it into the biomass. And then it has a longer duration of storage than the other land-based methods. So this is a really important statement in the summary of policymakers that carbon stored in biochar has a much lower risk of reversal than carbon stored in vegetation or through soil carbon management. The IPCC synthesised the literature to look at the potential for mitigation through all these different carbon dioxide removal methods, and it identified a rather high potential for biochar of 6.6 gigatons of CO2 per year. That's actually a combination of the stabilising the carbon in the biochar plus some other benefits that I'll talk about in a minute. Right now, in fact, this slide did have animation last time I looked at it, but never mind. So these are the ways that taking biomass, converting it to biochar and using it as a soil amendment can contribute to climate change mitigation. Firstly, it stores the carbon for centuries to millennia, as I've mentioned. Second, it provides carbon dioxide removal through an interesting mechanism that we call negative priming, which means that in the presence of biochar, it builds new soil organic matter. So I'm going to talk about that more in the next slide. It also has been found to be quite effective in reducing nitrous oxide emissions from soil. Now, nitrous oxide is a very powerful greenhouse gas, 265 times worse than CO2 over a 100-year timeframe. And it's formed naturally. It's part of the nitrogen cycle, but in particular, denitrification, which occurs in warm, wet soils, releases nitrous oxide. And there are a number of ways that biochar reduces that process. If Lucas was here, he'd tell you all about it. In fact, maybe his presentation includes it this afternoon. Then there's also the fact that when we make biochar, it also releases a combustible syngas that you can use as an energy source, so that can displace fossil fuels. And finally, some of the biomass sources that we use for biochar in the normal business as usual process would release greenhouse gas emissions, particularly manures that would release methane and nitrous oxide. So you can avoid those when you make biochar instead. So back to this concept of negative priming. Don mentioned that New South Wales DPI has the longest running field trials in the world. So this is the site up at Wollongbar near Ballina. It's a particular soil type. It's a feral soil. It's very common in the tropics. And what they found was that having applied biochar to soil, of course, it increased the soil carbon level, but the soil carbon level continued to increase over time. I'm not sure if this point is going to work yet. So it continued to increase, and it kind of doubled, in fact, over 10 years. And so this was a really interesting observation. And Lucas van Zwieten and his student then, Han Weng, looked into what was going on there. And what they found was that there was a really interesting relationship between the biochar, the soil minerals, and the organic matter leaking out of plant roots, which meant that that interaction created these tiny, really strong micro aggregates that protected the new organic matter from bugs eating it. So this was able to increase the soil carbon level over time. And what's more, they found that if they put more biochar on again nearly 10 years later, it did it again. First it increased it with the amount of carbon in the biochar, but then it continued to increase over time after that. And by the way, it's not exclusive to this site. Similar phenomena have now been recorded in other places around the world, although we're not sure how widespread it is in different soil types. But essentially what it means is that you can keep adding biochar and keep increasing your soil carbon level. Soil scientists talk about a saturation level. If you put on organic matter in the form of compost or manure, you'll build the soil carbon a bit, but then you'll reach an equilibrium where the turnover equals the amount you're putting in. But not with biochar. You've broken the ceiling. Now, the reason we were interested in biochar in the first place, and I'm sure Joey's going to tell us all about this history, is that it was observed that the sites in the Amazon where that had been amended with biochar over centuries had really high soil fertility. So the question was, if you made new biochar now and put that into the soil now, would you see an increase in soil fertility? We weren't really thinking about carbon dioxide removal when we started doing biochar research about 20 years ago. And yes, we have found that if you make new biochar and put it into the soil, it has a range of interesting impacts, mostly positive. It can increase the water and nutrient holding capacity due to the high surface area and the interesting surface reactions, which Joey can tell you all about. It's naturally alkaline, so it has a liming value. If you put it on at a reasonable rate, you can increase the aeration. It can stimulate the activity of good bugs. Interestingly, it can immobilize both organic and inorganic contaminants. And the phytochemicals that are produced in the process can be beneficial in terms of stimulating germination and plant growth and reduction in plant disease. Because it reduces the rate of leaching, it can reduce the amount of nitrogen fertilizer you need to apply, and that's beneficial as well. But please take note, you will not see all these benefits from all biochars in all cases. You need to choose the right biochar for your particular circumstance. What we've found is that if you choose the right biochar and design the right biochar, you can get really good results. And it's likely to be most effective if you mix nutrients, minerals with the biochar, either with the biomass before you pyrolyze it or after you make the biochar. That is the most effective biochar. And this is another interesting phenomenon that has been observed, which is that in the presence of biochar, it reduces the energy requirement for nutrients to cross the root membrane. So it's easier for plants to take up nutrients. They expend less energy in doing so. This meta-analysis put together observations on a range of different physiological benefits of adding biochar, which all add up to increased photosynthetic rate, which adds up to increased plant yield. And this image from the paper, which we commonly know of as Biochar, the Theory of Everything, it's actually called How Biochar Works When It Doesn't, has this image showing the various different chemical processes by which biochar reduces the bioavailability of heavy metals. So just to summarise what we know about the impacts of biochar as a soil amendment, on average, it increases crop yields by 10 to 40-something%. And this is in particular when you apply it to tropical soils with a high phosphate sorbing capacity or to dry lands. It increases phosphorus availability on average from the meta-analysis 4.6 times. And as I said, it reduces availability of heavy metals, so it reduces plant tissue concentrations and reduces bioavailability. And all this adds up to a benefit to yields, but it also increases the plant's resilience, its ability to fight disease. What we need to do is find ways to integrate biochar into our current agricultural systems. And I'm sure you'll hear a bit more today about perhaps making biochar from crop residues and then feeding that to cattle that then distributed across the paddock, and various other ways that we can use biochar in our existing systems. Because of all those benefits, biochar is very effective in contributing to a wide range of the Sustainable Development Goals, because it enhances productivity, enhances the ecosystem services, and reduces environmental pollution, for example, increasing food security. But the biggest problem is, how are we going to get enough biomass for all the things that we could do with biochar? So I'm sure Fabiano will talk to us about ways that we could grow more biomass in our current systems. What we need to find is ways that we can integrate biomass production with our existing agriculture and forestry, so we don't have this food versus fuel debate, which has been raised in relation to using biomass for bioenergy, for example. Now I'm going to talk about the policy space. Everyone's excited about net zero. They've recognised the Paris Agreement as saying we need to get to net zero by the second half of the century. 151 countries now have targets for net zero either in place or promised. And Australia is no exception. We have net zero targets for 2050 or earlier in all states, and now we have one at the federal level as well. We also have initiatives for companies. This is the Climate Active Initiative that provides carbon neutrality certification to products, companies, precincts, and even events. And there are various initiatives supporting companies to take on net zero targets. It's actually starting to become more important to address, because now we have climate-related financial disclosure coming. So publicly listed companies are going to be required to disclose climate-related information by the middle of next year. That's when it's going to be introduced. So there are plenty of companies out there now looking for offsets so they can reduce their emissions. They're looking for carbon neutrality or net zero. So basically what they need to do is reduce their emissions, increase removals within their own boundary if they can do that, and then offset the rest. Those offsets could either be emissions reduction or carbon dioxide removal projects. Over time, as a company is trying to get to net zero, they'll first start looking at those emissions reduction credits, and eventually they're going to need to focus on removal credits. So biochar can contribute, firstly, with the removal credits by storing the carbon. Theoretically, you could have a credit for the negative priming effect as well, and for the emissions reduction I talked about with nitrous oxide. Those avoided emissions opportunities would actually be an opportunity for somebody else to reduce their emissions, so we wouldn't count them as part of the biochar system. There are 3 platforms now that create credits for biochar. These are based just on the carbon stabilisation in the biochar, not any of those other mechanisms that I mentioned. And indeed, those Puro credits have been purchased by Microsoft based on Australian project. There has been a bit of bad press for carbon offsets lately, as you've probably noticed. Talk about junk credits, etc. So the market is very conscious that they need to clean up their act and improve the integrity. So there are a number of initiatives in the voluntary carbon market to do that. There's also a new ISO standard for carbon neutrality, which I've been told is going to be published tomorrow. That's been quite a painful process to produce, and I'll be really pleased to see that in print. In Australia, we do have emissions trading through our ACCU scheme, as we now call it. It doesn't have a method for biochar, It does have one for soil carbon management that allows you to use biochar. So if you had that negative priming effect, you could count that, but we're looking for something much more specifically related to biochar. There's a number of integrity criteria that need to be met in order to have a method for biochar or anything else. It needs to be able to be included in Australia's inventory. It needs to have science to back it up. It needs to be measurable, and it needs to be additional. That is, it needs to be something new that wasn't going to happen anyway. One of the promises of the Albanese government that it was going to review and fix the integrity issues with the ACCU scheme. And so they've undertaken the Chubb review. They've said they're going to accept all the recommendations, and there's a process now to implement them. There's a range of different publications that have been produced, and the most recent ones came out in September. The biggest news for biochar is that they're introducing a new mechanism, the new proponent-led method development process, which will be an opportunity for the biochar industry to propose a biochar method. The latest paper gives some guidelines on working towards that process, which is going to involve expressions of interest that are assessed by the Integrity Committee. And I've really nearly finished. In order to include it, I said we need to be able to count it in Australia's inventory. And this is actually not a hurdle because there is an IPCC method for quantifying the carbon stored in biochar. So biochar is in fact able to tick all the boxes as far as meeting the offset's integrity standards. And so in conclusion, we do know enough about biochar now to promote it as a carbon dioxide removal method. There's plenty of interest now. The need has been recognised both for emissions reduction, but in particular for drawdown for carbon dioxide removal. And as I've shown, biochar can contribute to both emissions reduction and carbon dioxide removal in a safe way where the carbon is durably stored and it contributes both to society and environment when we make biochar and use it as a soil amendment.
Thanks, Ned. We're going to, after each talk today, we're going to open up the mic to questions from the floor for about 5 minutes after each.
We're running 12 minutes ahead of schedule, so we can either break for lunch now, or if there's any questions for any of the speakers, might be a good opportunity. So, yeah, open for that.
I want to ask what it is soil science. Well,
Do you mind putting the microphone closer to your?
I had a question for anyone who's working here at soil science. What do you think might be the level of impact that relates to increased aeration soil? What's very that biochar extra aggregation probably is part of the role in having increased emissions.
Great point.
Lucas,
Great point. I would say absolutely. With increased velocity and floor connectivity, get increased gas movement as well as increased water movement, water flows. And you're right, plants need to respire, roots respire as well. They take in and release CO2. And when that gas doesn't escape, get built up of gas in the soil, which is not necessarily beneficial. So I think having that can be a beneficial outcome. One of the other benefits of having that increased aeration within soil and the lower bulk density that comes with it, I think to get it's easier for the roots to penetrate, but also you get less greenhouse gas emissions from soil. So one of the reasons you get nitrous oxide emissions from soil, as Nick was mentioning, you get anaerobic conditions. Under anaerobic conditions, nitrate is denitrified through to N2O, or N2 ultimately often stops at N2O in the soil, and that is either released as a gas or solubilized and it takes off groundwater that actually is released elsewhere. So yes, I think increased aeration is a really important tool. What are we doing to measure it? and some of the CT scanning technologies, in situ CT scanning technologies are being used previously, but also some colleagues at the University of Adelaide at the moment are looking at some of these biochar products, do plot studies where the whole plot can go into a CT scanner that we all know that's a medical scanner, but can be used in soil as well. And it's looking at how roots grow and also how the pores are related to it. Yeah, good one.
And that brings a really useful point. There's been a lot of research done on where you put biochar and how you put it so it's economical, especially in broadacre. So what we found is that if you put it just under the seed or under the seedling, so that the actual roots grow through the biochar layer, yeah, and not spread it over the whole soil, you get a better plant response, and you actually, of course, get a better financial response because you're concentrating the bio in the rhizosphere. And what we know now, Nico showed that picture of the root with the potential difference is that basically the biochar changes the ecology around the root. Yeah, it changes the abundance of specific microorganisms, and that has an impact on the physical structure, and it changes the biological structure inside the plant. So there's the microbes in there we call endophytes. One of the things that we're starting to see is that when you concentrate that biochar around the roots, you get a change of the endophytes, microbes inside the plant as well as outside. And that has a big impact on aeration, water holding capacity, and a whole bunch of other things. So it's a very complex process. But, you know, I always advise people, keep your biochar in the rhizosphere, unless there are some other reasons why you mightn't do that. But from a financial point of view, that's the optimum use of the biochar.
Are there any more questions?
That's Professor Stephen Joseph, those that don't know.
Well, we might call it for lunch then. We've got a really interesting session in the afternoon where we'll hear from some WA producers and users, and then we've got two panel discussions. And we will put up Slido for questions to the panel members. I've got a few questions that I can ask, but I'd much rather get you involved. So yeah, enjoy lunch.
What time are we back, Kieran?
Is Jason Lee right? There he is. Well, look, I might just get going. How great was that lunch? Yeah. Really nice. So, Jason, next speaker is Jason Lee from the CEO of C12. Jason will be the first industrial user of biochar to speak today. Jason tells me that when he was travelling in LA, or he was travelling through LA, and he went surfing with a writer of The Simpsons. He was 21. And Jason, I have to ask, what character of The Simpsons are you based on? Welcome, Jason.
It's up in that's yeah, it is. It's a bit that's yeah, big rebridge.
Yeah,
you have to use it on the
Radio.
it's one
First of all, thanks for having us. Thanks for organising. Everything you and it's been running seamlessly. Certainly not home run. To answer your question. For those of you who don't know who I am, well, we're road builders, and I'll get into that in a minute. There is
a sample down the back, let's have a look at. Feel free to go through and pick the top. I wanted to do something a little bit different, starting off after lunch, because it's usually the hardest slot to start with. Everybody's usually the belly's full and they don't really want to listen. So I wanted to change the mindset of what's happening in the room, a little bit away from what we're here for, and I guess that's for the roadmap. And I understand the agricultural side of things, how important it is to everybody. However, I just want to bring it into my world a little bit and understand the challenges in the industrial space.
Evening.
So,
Who is that? I'm going to second for that.
the challenge is to get it to
Single
work.
shots, double shots. No, hold on.
Sam, is it working?
Yeah.
All right. So this is a very hypothetical issue. We could just. So. Let's just say I was having a little lunch with Stephen Joseph a minute ago. And he's just come to me and he's told me about this fantastic innovation that he's just found out in the agricultural space. He's worked out that he can actually sequester 500 tonnes of biochar into a hectare. What does that mean? That means we've got a problem. So Stephen's throwing it out to everybody and said, how are we going to solve this problem? And he's throwing it to Farmer Joe, and we've just gone Ewan. So Farmer Joe, or Ewan, is aggressively trying to procure 500 tonnes of biochar by tomorrow. He wants to sink it into his farm, boost his production, save water, and claim the carbon credits. How does the biochar market and the industry react to Stephen's news? In response to the increase of demand from the agricultural industry looking to capitalise on the carbon credit that's now going to be sequestered into the farming area. Has anyone got any ideas? Increasing price or increasing product? Yeah. And you've already done that? Conundrum. So he's aggressively trying to procure 500 tonnes of biochar by tomorrow to sink into his soil, boost his production, save water, claim the carbon credits. Thought process. So Ewan's mindset is that there'll be 1,250 carbon sink certificates valued at the price of $362,000 per hectare that he'll be able to capitalise on if he purchases accredited biochar from an accredited producer. This is my conundrum. So the farmer's mindset is that there'll be 1,250 carbon sink certificates valued at $362,000 per hectare that he will capitalise on if he purchases accredited biochar from an accredited producer. Can that be achieved? Can anyone tell me if it can be achieved?
I believe the producer has.
Correct. You're 100% correct. Anyone else? Sorry? Yeah. Yeah. So we're in a negative space. Yes.
And you drop things when you say it first, you still provide then person in the problem with the conflict, and then you sell together to the party.
you're thinking?
And then I'm buying
Bingo. How much is biochar at the moment? Well, if you go in today's market, it's about $800 a ton, $1,000 a ton. That's the conundrum I've got. C12. So hopefully I've got your headspace into that space and away from the agricultural space and the brilliant people that are in the room. And you can understand what C12 is about and what we're trying to do. We start live. All right. So, as I mentioned, C12, who are we? Well, when we first started, we didn't really know who we were. We knew we had a product. We knew we could put it into roads. We knew we could do it at scale, but we hadn't actually commercialised it. So we've had a lab in Canberra that's been up and running for 4.5 years now, and it's been in the R&D space. In the last 18 months, we've been commercialising our business and taking it to the next phase. We're an Australian-owned and operated company. We're locally based, as I said, in Perth. We're branching across the country. We have a facility now in the Northern Territory. We're looking on the East Coast. We are looking into New Zealand. We have trusted partners, one of them that's joined us here today. And the reason why I brought the partner into the business or into Ansbig in the first place is to understand the conundrum that we have. The conundrum, we are trying to compete against traditional markets. And the traditional market is your asphalt market, your road building market. So in that space, it's a traditional market that's been around for 100 years, and we're disrupting that market at the moment. So what we're doing is we have a process commercialised that does stabilisation, and the stabilisation uses in situ products that are in the ground, and they stabilise it with proprietary emulsion and the biochar. And we've done extensive testing, as I mentioned earlier, over the last 1.5 years on that product. Who are we competing with? We're competing against businesses, organisations that have been building in stature, doing the infrastructure that you've got now in front of you for the last 50 years. So, and we're trying to extract what we can do out of that piece and do it in a sustainable way. So I guess, why is biochar important to us? Well, we need it, and we need lots of it. We need it in volumes and significant volumes. And let's be clear, we are not here to compete against agriculture. We want to basically have ourselves separated in the industrial space. So we want to aim at a different market, and the different market is, as touched on earlier, biochar that may be a little bit contaminated with different elements in it. Thanks to our colleagues, Basira, we've just done some trials with putting plastics into biochar, and we know it works in the roads, and we know it encapsulates the carbon, and there's no leaching, and there's, you know, eons and eons of science that I can put behind that. So we're looking at utilising all biochars, knowing that we don't want to infiltrate into the agricultural space. Can you just press play on this one, please?
So that particular project was done in Wanneroo for a client of ours. They are a big biomass producer, or I guess logistically. They have a waste problem, they have a plastics problem. So that's how we got engaged with it. And then we had to prove from an engineering point of view that our product actually works. So they picked a higher trafficable area. They kept failing, they kept repairing it every year. And we went in with highways or with WA stabilizers. We stabilized the area. It was 2,500 square meters. We put 132 tons of carbon into it and 7 tons of tarps. So that is just a small area that we did and we sequestered for the client. Our sequestration rates are just off the chart. Compared to agriculture, we're 3,372% greater sequestration rates. And that's why we're serious about climate change. We got to look at these alternate ways of sequestering carbon and getting it into the ground. That was a completed project in Wanneroo. That's since had 1,500 road trains drive over it, a 105-ton road train. It hasn't moved, and the client's very happy. That allowed us to go into a 15,000 square metre project that we've recently done in the last 3 months. But I just wanted to plant that seed in everyone's head today of the conundrum that I have every day of where do I find biochar and how do I compete in traditional markets. Thanks for your time, guys.
So there you can get an idea of the other applications for biochar. You know, it's been traditionally used in soils. You know, road base is just one of the applications. So moving right along, we'll now welcome Steve Newell from Facera Pucci Oil. Steve went for his first real job interview straight from a casual role at the Arda, where he was top dressing a cricket oval with a wheelbarrow, shovel and rake. He was still in those work clothes and covered in yellow sand when he went for the job interview. He actually got the job. He sometimes relate that analogy of top dressing that oval in life. In life, some things just take patience, time and effort. Welcome, Steve.
Thanks, Stephen, and thank you for the opportunity to present as Jason's conundrum. We've got probably not enough and it's probably too expensive. So I'm a bit old school, so I'm going to go with paper and not read off the computer. Change. So firstly, who we are. So Facera was established in 2008 and it was established in what was in a very interesting climate for carbon sequestration through plantations of, in our case, oil melons. change of government a few years later, and the wheels fell off that wagon, as most of you would know. And that made life extremely complicated, financially challenging, and we all needed to come up with different business models. So our resource was not only the hectares of oil mallees that we had planted as part of our ACCU carbon projects, but tens of thousands of hectares of oil mallees that have been planted in the wheat belt as part of soil regeneration projects by very wise farmers who were seeing their land degraded and continuing to degrade due to salinity and wind erosion in particular. So we took hold of that resource and started developing an oil distillation business and became the largest producer of eucalyptus oil in Australia. We consider the best producer of eucalyptus oil in Australia. We produced 100 tonnes, which is a lot. 100 tonnes of eucalyptus oil, most of you would know that you only use it in very sparing quantities. But interestingly, 100 tonnes is a drop in the ocean. China produces about 19,000 tonnes of eucalyptus oil a year. So if Jason thinks he's got a problem with competition, try and wear our shoes. So of that coppice oil, so or a pre-harvested tree, we get about 1% of oil, and the balance of that is 99% biomass. But if we're harvesting mature trees, which most farmers who have got oil mallees want us to do because they are great for soil regeneration, if they're allowed to grow too big, they drain and deplete the soil with too much water and too many nutrients, and it affects the adjacent crops. So if we produce oil from mature trees, we have the 1% oil, 99% green biomass, but then we have 80% of the woody biomass. So the resource is quite phenomenal when it comes to opportunity. So what are our options with this biomass waste, which we produce about 300 kilometres from any real viable market, which is in Perth? And I also, thanks to Nigel, realised today that we are also miners. We use nature and we're carbon miners. I think that's something that we all need to keep in mind. So our journey is that we have a potential within a workable radius of our property at Colja, 40,000 tonnes of biomass available for pyrolysis. It's a stranded resource. It's too far from metropolitan markets for mulch. What do you do with it? We know that it's quite persistent because we've had piles of it sitting around for many years. We also know that in our environment, we also have a low rainfall. It's 300 mils. I think everyone would have been happy for 300 mils last year because it certainly wasn't that. And we know that all the forecasts project that rainfall is going to continue to contract towards the southwest of the state. But again, the anomaly this year is the eastern wheat belts had more rain than the southwest corner of the state. So I guess that's the dynamics of climate change that we're dealing with. And the long-term outlook for these areas is grim. You know, declining rainfall, depleted soils, increasing demand for food, increasing inputs, increasing costs. It's a pretty challenging environment if you're out in these marginal areas. So we think that there's a ready-made market for biochar to rebuild these soils, to help rebuild these soils. And we've heard from the people that are professionally studying in this area that it has a great effect. We also know, and the work's been done, that there's great demand, it should be great demand for biochar in livestock feed for production gain, for animal health, and in methane reduction. Our model is in the room today if you want to look around later on. So we've got a long-term and sustainable biomass resource. So we know from, not from the pyrolysis industry, but from the oil production industry. And for those that don't know, Australia's first ever export was of eucalyptus oil back to the UK back in, I can't remember now, 1788 or something like that. A litre or two of what would have been planted to of eucalyptus oil was sent back to the UK. So oil mallees have been used for production for a very long time in Australia. And we know that these trees have been harvested and coppiced and reharvested for over 100 years. So it's a really sustainable carbon capture mechanism. And the harvest management's compatible with the environmental benefits of those oil mellings. They stay in the soil, they continue to do what the farmers planted them for in the first place, which is to stop wind erosion. They reduce the water table and decrease the effects of salinity. And we all know that those local soils out in the eastern wheatbelt are carbon and nutrient deficient. So we think that that's an enormous ready-made market. So our journey's been challenging. We bought some equipment that we had spent a lot of time and effort in commissioning and ensuring that it can work with the resources and the stocks we're doing, the feedstock we have. We're in the northeastern wheatbelt, so everybody knows what summer's been like in WA. It's 40 odd degrees in Perth. It's 46 degrees, 48 degrees in the northeastern wheatbelt. And if you're standing next to a pyrolysis oven in the northeastern wheatbelt, you'd understand that it was a bit hotter than that. So we've changed the dynamics of this machine. We use our thermal oxidizer now. It's got a water jacket on it. We use that water as a preheated water to go into our distillation unit. So the water going into the boiler is already preheated. That's reduced our diesel fuel consumption in the boiler for producing oil by 50%. We've also had to fit an industrial shedder so we get very consistent particle size going into the reactor so that we can have a very solid state or steady residence time within the machine, because we found that the harvested oil mallee that we're putting through the distillation goes from everything from sticks to twigs and leaves, and they all have different combustion times within the chamber. So now we've got a much more consistent feedstock, and we've re-engineered our wood vinegar units because we found that the oil mallee pyrolysis process produced a lot of ash and the system clogged up. So we've come up with a different way of doing things. Whatever. Here we go. So we've got a 100% natural and sustainable source material. It's about 75% organic carbon. We have the luxury of having the consistent same material day in, day out. It's one type of product. It's not a range of products coming from different sites with different attributes. So that's one of the benefits we have. We've also been selling both wood vinegar and char throughout the wheatbelt, and it's interesting hearing all of these different application theories, because most people think you just get it and put it in the ground. But the problem with broadacre farming in the wheatbelt is, how do you get it in the ground? It's a really expensive operation if you're talking about chunk biochar going into the ground. So we've been selling it to people who are making pellets, working on making pellets. We've had people buy it and basically sort of mobile plough it into the ground. And we've had people that have been doing a very innovative method of distributing it through livestock, which is something that Dave Howe and the guys down south have been doing. So put it in feed, goes out into the fields, and slowly you get a dispersant. It's an easy way of doing it. And we're really interested in Joey's, I'm not sure if he's still here. So we've been talking to Stephen Joseph about the production of mineralised chars being taken down into sub 50 micron particle size and being distributed through liquid applications through boom sprays. And we think that that is really the holy grail for the broadacre farmers in the wheatbelt. We also think that there's a great opportunity, which is really lacking in take-up from the compost industry. We've had lots of discussions with them, but we haven't sold 1 kilo of biochar to the compost industry. So for anyone who's coming tomorrow, we have 600 on the Coolgea property. Last year we did a trial on our own property at Coolgea with 88 tonnes of biochar being applied across a wheat crop. But due to the very poor year in that part of the wheat belt, there was no significant or detectable increase or decrease in yield. It was just a miserable year. So I think they were lucky to get anything off that paddock at all. But the biochar is still in the soil, depending on what happens this year, we'll still be monitoring those particular areas and seeing what the harvest yield potential is. We're starting this year to do trials with livestock feed, and I think this is quite significant because all of the research that we've seen is on quite minimal quantities, like small groups of 2 or 5 or 10 animals. So we've got 3 groups of lambs being fed at the property that we're working, that the farm guide workshop is at tomorrow. You'll be quite welcome to go and have a look at them and see how they're going. We haven't killed any. We haven't weighed any to see how the benefits are, but we're quite hopeful that we'll get a result that will be quite interesting, and it is being documented and it'll be written up and available. So we've got high hopes that we can prove some benefits of char. This isn't a methane project, this is purely a production project. So this is something to show the production benefits of char and feed. And we'll have a cattle trial going in Q2 this year. So, then we'll go very quickly. So what we're looking for in our business is carbon credits as well as the sale of char. That obviously is of significant benefit. International porks are valued at a much higher rate than ACCUs. I don't know how the government here ever expects people to survive on $30 or $35 a tonne for a carbon credit when they're worth hundreds of US dollars or euros. But anyway, that's where the environment that we live in. So our process is we've been assessed. We've got an audit that's just about complete. The last final stages now. So we'll have corks available coming up. And they'll be available if anybody wants to buy them in Australia, but I expect that they'll probably go overseas. And just talk about our major challenges. So consistent production and commissioning machinery. I think that's something that anybody who produces char is having to deal with on a day-to-day basis. Developing markets. We've got char now that Jason wants, but there's a bit of a price difference, as we sort of alluded to before. I'm sure we'll work something out. We've got interest in wood vinegar, and I think that is something that has great potential as well. We're looking at doing more trials and verifying gains. I think that's really important. If we can talk all day about the benefits of methane reduction. If I can prove to someone that char in feed increases their productivity by 10 or 15% and put a dollar value on that, we'll have no problem selling char. And part of the cork story, other than like ACCUs, is pretty much a steady state market, not entirely, but mostly. But the cork valuation is really about your story. And the more sustainable that story is, the better that it is for the environment and the community around it. I think the more value there is attached to those corks. And finally, a word from somebody who's generally recognised as someone who's a bit of a guru on finance, but he had this little bit of an environmental impact in this particular statement. Thank you.
Presentation, Steve. I'll move right along. We've got a visual presentation now, haven't we, Sam?
Yes, we do.
So Anthony Bodycote, Principal Research and Development Officer, I guess, or Principal Research and Development from the Water Corporation. So Anthony has worked in the water industry for over 20 years. But before that, he moonlighted as a pearl farmer, growing South Sea pearls in West Papua, Indonesia, more than 20 years ago. But after a case of the bends, I don't like the sound of that, and a mystery virus, it sent him back to WA, to the safety of WA. Anthony was a beekeeper and currently running 20 bee hives.
So I hope everyone can hear me okay, and apologies. Hopefully you haven't got, no, I'm just checking. You haven't got me up on the big screen. Thankfully, you've got the presentation instead. So firstly, as you mentioned, Anthony Bodycote, Principal in R&D at Water Corp. And as of yesterday, I decided to get COVID, so I apologise for not being there and apologies for my croaky voice. So Water Corp has had a really long history of biochar and pyrolysis with a plant built over 30 years ago, but I'll touch on that a little bit later. But in recent years, over the last 4 to 5 years, Water Corp's been undertaking research for 3 main reasons into biochar. Firstly, in reducing net greenhouse gas emissions, but also reducing landfill, other waste products, and including those transportation costs associated with those wastes, which can be massive and into the millions. And also, as some of the presenters mentioned this morning on Craig in particular, reducing PFAS and other contaminants, and Lucas actually as well, reducing PFAS and other contaminants in biosolids. So, first project I just want to touch on that we've been going through is looking at the viability of biochar derived from various treatment plant waste, excluding biosolids, for legume growth. We've been doing this for the last, it's finished now, 5 years with Murdoch University and DPIRD, our Department of Primary Industries here. And the focus was on biochar derived from various treatment plant waste streams, from things like powdered activated carbon to grit and screenings, which I'll touch on in a little while as well, and also tree farm trash from our 13 or their woodlots through the southwest that we use to irrigate wastewater onto. In the end, we focused on biochar from the Albany tree farm. As you can see from that photo down the bottom, it's actually burnt at the moment, releasing a lot of CO2. And also it was a benefit because it's considered a clean feedstock, so a lot easier for field trials and so forth. The key aim of the research is to determine if a biochar type can enhance nitrogen fixation and legume yield, and therefore less reliance on chemical fertilizers. The main reason is that obviously that they do fix the nitrogen, and reducing the nitrogen fertilizer application is a big saving, not only just in dollars, but also the nitrogen chemical production for agriculture is one of the highest greenhouse gas emitters, contributing over 1% to total CO2 emissions, and is the largest emitter of all the greenhouse gas chemical processes. So not only could we potentially minimise the waste for Water Corp, but also be carbon net positive and potentially be a benefit to the agricultural economy and reduce the dependence on expensive and imported CO2 producing synthetic fertilizers. You can see from the photos, we also tried the grit and screenings. So if anyone's ever seen or smelt grit and screenings from a wastewater treatment plant, you've lived a life just in that. It's horrid stuff. Just think of any solid going down the sewer that can be screened off, and that's it. So producing that in the lab wasn't a biochar from that wasn't a particularly enjoyable experience, and hence we only produced very small volumes. So when we chose the tree farm trash, we actually had to work with a harvester to work out how we were actually going to produce the biochar from it. So typically it's just the branch and leaves and everything in quite a bulk form, but we actually use the horizontal grinder, which a number of harvesters do have, to actually produce the pulp, which then easily converted to the biochar. And we converted the biochar in the laboratory at Murdoch University. We really wanted to test a lot of the most efficient temperatures and everything, although I would note there's a lot of literature on that. But we also wanted to test the way of actually producing the biochar to have a very minimal or a very stable and very consistent product for the glasshouse trials. We also did a number of trials on looking at porosity, SDC, and other things as well. So after getting kicked out of the laboratory on the grit and screenings, producing that, and also having a good quantity of the what we call the tree farm trash derived biochar, we set about doing some glasshouse trials. And because we've actually created enough biochar to do the trials, we're actually able to use it on wheat and canola just to test on the site as well. We, as described earlier in the questions, we use the root a method root zone. So we did this typically what could be done in seeding. Firstly, as you can see in the snapshots there, creating the furrow, putting the biochar, the fertilizer, covering over, seeding, and then the roller. So very typically what could be applied in the field. And these trials were conducted both at Water Corporation, Shenton Park, and Murdoch Uni. So what did we find? Well, the first experiment, we noticed that the total plant weight really increased with the addition of fertilizer, and that's to be expected. But what we did notice that once biochar was added with the fertilizer, we got really high increases. Although 0.1 and 1 tonne per hectare dosing of biochar were fairly similar weight values, application of biochar at a rate of 2 tonnes per hectare achieved the highest plant biomasses on wheat. In the lentil space, we had inoculated the lentils as per the standard methods, and initial growths initially showed steady increases for both the 0.1 hectare and the 0.1 tonne per hectare and 2 tonne per hectare biochar treatments with fertilizer, showing a lot of benefits over the no biochar with fertilizer. But also, lentils saw an increase in growth with biochar only at 2 tonnes per hectare, which was encouraging, and again, an increase steadily. However, late in the piece, without biochar but just fertilizer got a kickstart for whatever reason. But we noticed that the root weight would also increase and doubling. So really what we want to look into further is into the root weight reactions to different biochars, and that's something that would be particularly critical for lentils. Then we moved into the field. This is 2 trials conducted. So this is a low pH soil to evaluate biochar on the bulk lentil, and we also did a trial on canola. As you can see, the surrounding plots in the field were that variety of bonito canola, so we trialled on that as well. And they were side by side. This is in Gamelling, which is a medium rainfall area of the wheat belt. And we had to use a different process for the production of biochar due to the quantities that we needed for the field trial compared to the lab. And the soil conditions in this instance are acid loamy with a pH of about 4.5. So what it showed with the lentils, when inoculated with Rhizobium according to the grower guidelines, and canola received its nitrogen from synthetic fertilizer application. Both trials had 5 treatments, comparing low and high biochar rates without inoculant and synthetic nitrogen application. So the biochar was placed in furrows as per the glasshouse rate at rates of 600 and 2,000 kilograms per hectare, and measurements on the lentils were done, included nodule score, top and root dry weight after 10 weeks, peak biomass, percentage ground cover, and sealed yield. And on the canola, it was peak biomass, percentage ground cover, and sealed yield. So, unfortunately, though, the trials in the glasshouse that were very promising didn't have the same level of promise in the field. The first graphs demonstrate if you do inoculate the lentil with Rhizobium bacteria, there's an increase in nodulation and yield, or increase in nitrogen fixation is what you want, but there wasn't any significant difference between the high inoculation rates with low or high rates of biochar. So really what that demonstrates, we really want to test further adjustment of the biochar application depth, the blend, the type of biochar, or potentially, I think, using a doped biochar in the future. But in conclusion, the results demonstrate more trending of benefits in wheat and lentils than canola, and that could be in part due to the cultivar of canola as well. So the soil conditions of the field site didn't show any significant benefit to either species, but that might not be the case on different soil types. So we potentially something like a sandplain might be a better soil type in the future. And as I mentioned, looking at a blended or targeted biochar. Also, one thing we noticed is the flaky and windblown product for the biochar, putting it into some other form or combining it with something else might be a good way of applying it, as you do lose some on a windy day. And also look at the benefits of multi-year trials. So we've also been looking at biosolids biochar projects. We're particularly interested in biosolids projects for two main reasons. As I mentioned earlier, biosolids contains low concentrations of PFAS and other contaminants such as metals. So we're looking to research biochar for reducing PFAS in the biosolids. And also, if you produce a biochar at 10% or thereabouts of the total volume of a biosolid, that's a significant reduction in transportation costs associated as well with the current biosolids application to agricultural areas. So for those that don't know, biosolids are actually just the nutrient-rich organic solid, that material that results from the treatment of domestic wastewater. And many times it's a digested, etc., and forms quite a stable product. And we currently apply biosolids for agricultural practice in areas of the wheat belt. So one of those projects that we're focusing on, and there's a nice picture of Lucas from earlier as well, is with the CRC, soil CRC. This is led by Newcastle and Southern Farming Systems, and also a water utility, Southeast Water in Victoria. And Southeast Water have got a number of other utilities such as us, Melbourne Water, Barwon Water, SA Water, Icon, and many more, involved into a project for 3 years that's looking at the investigation of climate, soil types, and metals and other contaminants in biosolids biochar, and optimizing a nutrient-rich biochar. So it answers a lot of the, hopefully it'll answer a lot of the questions that we need for breaking that barrier of producing a biosolids biochar in the future. Another project we're involved in is the more in terms of the pyrolysis technology. So this is, it's a big title, but it's a project that Southeast Water have got in conjunction with RMIT. So this is looking at a pyrolysis plant, and it's a pyrolysis technology that RMIT have established. And one of the things that looks as a benefit is it's very efficient at converting organic material into high quality biochar, which is a big benefit for us. So over the next 2 years, we'll be piggybacking on Southeast Water's research and handing some biosolids over to them to be able to produce through the Pyroco trial to produce some biosolids derived biochar for us as well. The project also looks to use blending of feedstocks, so things like canola straw and food organics, garden organics mixed with biosolids to produce biochars as well, to get that cocktail blend. So that's a really important one for us, along with an ARC training centre that's looking at transforming Australia's biosolids. We've got 2 PhD students, and one is investigating a biochar biosolids blend, not only to reduce the PFAS, but also see what other benefits in composting and other things and contaminants that might have. So with this, we do need further research, and also we've got a fair few hurdles to overcome. So we're currently at the watching space. As I mentioned at the beginning, we were in the biochar pyrolysis game nearly 30 years ago. Endosludge technology, which has been developed and commercialized by ESI. We actually had the world's first commercial Endosludge plant located at Subiaco Wastewater Treatment Plant, and it took all of the biosolids and converted it to a biochar plus with the main aim back then an oil. It was commissioned in 1998, but it was shut down a number of years later due to some health issues, inability to make it intrinsically safe, and some environmental issues as well, which was a shame. So we're in a bit of an area that we won't necessarily be the first adopter this time, like we were previously, but we're looking to see if we can get some successes in other areas to look at the technology further and then adapt. So certainly not when it's mainstream, but not at that first adopter or at its infancy. The other big thing as part of that inner sludge technology project back in the late 1990s was the operational complexity of pyrometallurgical processes on our wastewater treatment plants. So our operators are very good at operating wastewater treatment plants, but adding this extreme layer of complexity for them back then proved to be a problem. And I know in other ventures and in other areas, it's also still a hurdle that needs to be overcome. Reliability of these new processes is not necessarily known. Because you're looking at a design life of well beyond 50 years, you need a level of redundancy, and future proving of those plants are really keen to something for us to look at to ensure that we don't have issues that we experienced 30 years ago or 20, 30 years ago. Also, the uncertainty of markets, and that requires further development, and that's not unlike a lot of other areas. Hopefully some of the things like the loss of nitrogen as a fertilizer and the heavy metal impacts will be picked up in research with the CRC soil. Nitrogen can be volatilized off with the biochar, so potentially adding our nitrogen source back into the biochar might be an option for us in the future, as although nitrogen is in the biosolids, we still have very high concentrations in the water. And so could it be used as an absorbent to absorb more ammonia within that to then be able to be used in agriculture, things like that. We really also need to work out what happens with PFAS destruction. Now, there's a fair bit of worldwide literature and a fair bit of it goes either way. So we need to learn a little bit more about it. And if it is destroyed, what does it actually form? So we don't want to be forming some other forever compound in the future as well. And as Craig mentioned, it's still classified as a waste. And so the benefit is we've provided some feedback to DWER on transforming that to a recovered material rather than a waste. But that would be a big area to work and hurdle to overcome for the future. And if we can get that, it makes the life a lot easier for the take up of biochar in the future. The other thing is not just the regulation of a waste, but PFAS regulation across the world is in a state of flux, whether it be the EU, the US, or elsewhere. It's a moving target at the moment, and it's a barrier to production for biosolids biochar. You wouldn't want to build hundreds of millions of dollars worth of assets only to have the PFAS regulations change and that asset become redundant. And that's something that we need for that to settle before making a big jump. The other part requires obviously development of the ACCU offset method to determine the value of biochar. And that's something that we're really working closely with WASA, the Water Services Association of Australia, and ANSBIC, as those two are both critical to our success in that area. So I apologise once again for my croaky voice, but thanks for hearing me out, and look forward to the panel chat as well. Thanks.
What a good presentation, a perfect example where a problem can become a massive opportunity for fertilisers into regional areas. Now, the next speaker I know quite well. We met 30 odd years ago. Funny enough, so it's Tom Logan, co-founder and technology manager and my business partner of Energy Farmers Australia. Funny enough, when I asked Tom this question on the way down last night, I didn't get much out of it. But he thought about it a bit, and he said, well, I got my first car at 8. It was a 62 Falcon, which he drove around the farm until he took the motor out on a large rock. He then got another one, which he modified with dual wheels in the back and a straight out of exhaust through the bonnet. Always the engineer, Tom? Well, so you get involved with the Tom, so we're gonna have to make some changes. So yeah, thanks for having me, everybody. Really pleased to get up here and be able to address this esteemed crowd. So I'm Tom Bogan, and with Ewan and our latest member of the team, Jason and Stacey, we're energy farmers. We're based in Geraldton. We've been involved in biochar and pyrolysis since about 2012. We're just in the final stages of commissioning our first commercial project up just out of Geraldton. Hopefully, running it for a 3-day trial next month. And I want to talk to you about some of the challenges that we've encountered on our journey from where we started with a pilot unit to delivering a machine that's going into an industrial environment. So as I said, 2012, we started building our first pyro unit. It was based on a very primitive design that we got provided by Stephen Joseph. We're eternally grateful for that design, although we might have uttered his name in despair a number of times during the first few years. That's the machine as it was probably back in 2016, maybe a little bit later, 2016, after a lot of modifications. We pyrolysed all sorts of different feedstocks through it. All the cereal grains, Luton trash, African box or macadamia nuts, poultry litter, wood chip, sawdust, we thought we could pyrolyse anything, right? And we focused so much on the pyrolysis, and we thought we knew a lot about pyrolysis, and we had this machine, and we were contacted by a company who said they wanted to have a look at doing some pyrolysis with their waste product, and we said, sure, bring it on, get us some of your waste, and we'll pyrolyse it for you. What is it? Spinifex, that's it. No worries, send it down. So they sent us some Spinifex, whole plants of Spinifex, and we thought, gee, what are we going to do with this? We have to shred it up. So we started doing some trials, and we've got to say the first couple of trials we did might not have been quite as successful as we would have liked. We made a hell of a mess. Spinifex doesn't behave like anything else we've seen before. I'm a bit surprised that the client didn't walk away at that stage and say, sorry boys, not a good fit, but they stuck with us, and sometimes I wonder whether we would have been better if they had, but we did a bit of thinking, and we came up with a slow shredding option, and we got the material shredded, got a sample back to Geraldton for us to do our first pyrolysis trial through our unit. Materials handling. Spinifex is not an easy material to handle. When it comes off a elevator or something, it basically stacks almost straight up. It doesn't really form a pile, just almost binds itself up. It won't flow through a hopper. You put it on top of an auger, it's really going to sit on top. It's not. So we spent the next how long modifying the unit again to just get this material from we put it in up into the kiln. Got it up, finally cracked it, got it working, ran the pyrolysis trial, made a beautiful char. Client took it away to their testing, very happy boys, good stuff. Let's do a project. And so no problem, that's the happy days, slapping ourselves on the back, everything's great. And that's when the fun really began, because now we're designing and building our first commercial unit, which initially looked like that. Designing our first commercial unit. So then, we started to find a few of the new challenges. The environment that this unit's going up into Pilbara, very hot, humid. All the equipment's got to handle that environment. Operating temperatures probably in excess of 50 degrees. Cyclonic area, so anything that's exposed to the
the elements up there during cyclone has to be rated, so we're into engineering there. Contamination in the feedstock, so the sample we were provided for the first trial was beautiful. They sent down another sample for us to do a second trial just for rocks. The amount of time we spent trying to work out what to do with these rocks, and some of the rocks were like a grapefruit. Some of these are huge. We spent a lot of time just working out what to do with rocks. Dust. When you shred spinifex, it produces a lot of dust. And as we know, with any dust that originates from a organic source, it can be flammable, it can be explosive. So we spent a lot of time just assessing this dust, and that's surprisingly, I don't know, you'll be shocked to hear, but there's not a lot of information out there about spinifex dust. It's almost like this is the first time anyone's done it. But anyway, we've spent a lot of time classifying the dust, going through hazardous area assessments, looking at what equipment we can use, how do we contain this dust, how do we make this plant safe, how do we avoid explosions and fire. Same with our diesel tank. A lot of us use a little diesel burner to start up, try and press it a decent sized diesel tank. Next thing you know, we're classifying diesel tanks, risk of diesel storage. How do you classify? What are your management methods? How do you refuel a diesel? Carbon monoxide and fire detection in an industrial environment. This stuff's all these are real problems. We've got to monitor for CO. People walking into the container, how do they know it's safe? What if there's a fire in the storage container? How do we detect it? How do we mitigate it? How do we raise alarms? This is going into a fairly remote part of the country. We want to load across the highway. There's a real preference for an automated control system, so we're designing a control system to run the plant unattended, completely automatic, automated quench on the biochar, over temperature controls, water deluge, emergency shutdown systems, alarming, remote monitoring, talking back to the central control room at the facility, emergency backup in case what if we lose power and it's still hot? Can there be a fire? All right, so we need a battery backup or something. We're going to be a power system. The list goes on. No different compliance, documentation, inspection for AS3000. So at the end of the day, like I say, we've just about finished it all. We're about to run the plant next week or next month, and hopefully get the big tick. But as I've sort of spoken about, I'd say 99% of our challenges from moving from our original little pilot pyro plant to this, almost none of those challenges come from actual pyrolysis. So pyrolysis is the easy bit. It's all the stuff that's around it that's really caused us to scratch our heads and have to think about really what we're doing. So I imagine that any industrial unit that's going out into any of these sorts of facilities in the future will be able to overcome these same sort of challenges. Thank you. Oh, we had a video to show the time. That's all right. How you do? That's all right. We go on our website. See, but it's an impressive bit of kit, and I guess where it really lands is if we're going to scale this industry, these are the sort of challenges that we're going to have to overcome. So now, Cameron Darby, are you in the room? Hi, Cameron. I didn't get to you with your funny story. I'm sure you do. Cameron Darby, Sydney Division Manager, B&K Revegetation and Landscaping. Cameron is an experienced landscape manager with a demonstrated history of working in the construction industry. He is skilled in site management, civil construction, and all areas of landscaping. Welcome.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Hi, everyone. First time to Perth, so any locals here, you'll be able to see magic and couldn't have put on a better day. So to introduce ourselves, B&K, been around for about 40 years in the reveg space, landscaping space, along with our sister company GSS, who does a lot of mine rehab. and revegetation. So alongside Vital Chemicals, they're our industry partner. And we utilise all their products every single day on every one of our projects. So just a little word up of basically what I just said there anyway. But Vital, as far as Vital goes, if no one's heard of Vital Chemicals before, assists clients overcome challenges by formulating, manufacturing, and providing environmentally sound products and services to manage erosion, dust, revegetation, concrete cleaning and removal, and specialised heat exchange, corrosion inhibition. So Vital Biochar, something that's been progressively we've been trying to work that into all of our applications. For everything that we do a lot of major infrastructure projects in New South Wales, and there's a lot of reveg and a lot of rehab in that. We've been trying to incorporate this onto every one of those jobs. It's still a work in progress, as I'm sure everyone in the room can appreciate. It's not a simple task getting a new product over the line, especially something like this. So yeah, mentioned reveg, amelioration, water treatment, contamination, isolation, and remediation. There's an example there of an application with the boys. Large batter, similar sort of hydroseeding units to what we have as well. The feedstock for Vital Biochar is sustainably sourced, all produced in Australia, and it's thermally treated organic forest residues. Clean, green, quality control, and a constant supply. Basically, it's one of those scenarios where we're hopeful. It's essentially a circular economy in the end. The tree is the feedstock. You put biochar back in the ground, it grows more trees, we go again. Continue. The guys utilise a mobile solution. It can reduce wood residue down up to 90%. The remaining is sequestered carbon, which can be repurposed for water and soil remediation. That pyrolysis up to 1,000 degrees, and that's up to about 84% total carbon for that. So some really good numbers coming out of that feedstock. So for us, it's in three grades: 1 to 3, 4 to 7, and 7 to 25. And it can come in 30-litre bags, bulk bags. For us, we like to get it in bulk bags. We use a fair chunk of that material. Of the 1 to 3 mil, what it allows us to do is we can apply that hydraulically. So that 1 to 3, I can't remember what I was mentioning earlier, essentially getting down to a liquid form. That's a similar sort of scenario. For us, putting this through our hydroseeding units, which have an agitator in there to mix up wood fibre in it as well, that biochar is seamless. It actually improves the product. If anything, it provides more. It's like a slurry fix to it sort of thing. It's just seamless, straight through the hose, straight through the cannon. Works really, really well. So Vital Chemical and B&K, along with SCADA in Victoria as well, we're incorporating that at about 10 to 20% dose unit within our blend with VE Gromat and organic. So there was a growth study done at the National Arboretum in Canberra, where with the addition of recycled carbon back into the soil under varying formulations, so the carbon is being measured quarterly in the soil, and then again in the soil and the vegetation after 12 months as well. So you can see the example there where you've obviously got biochar applied to one area, the other section may have had, a blend of fertilisers and whatever else added to it as well, and then a study against how that growth rate went. So 20 plots, varying formulations, incorporating different carbon amendments, microbes, fibres. Canberra's a great example because it's not like Cairns, for example. You can go throw something on the ground that's going to grow in about 8 minutes. Canberra gets very, very cold, and it can also get very, very hot. So it's a great example of how that water retention and stuff can work in that way as well. Lack of rainfall. Little video here showing how it all played out. The rotary eye turning it over. But really controlled application this. You can see all the plots marked out. The tracking's still ongoing for this. There is a little bit of data that we've got, but nothing that could be really held to task at the moment. few more photos. You can see how it comes out. It's sort of got a white finish to it, but it does end up looking really, really nice and dark on the ground once it's applied. And there's all your different segments. That would have had wood fibre and stuff over the top of it as well to see what performed the best, basically. There's a couple of examples here where we have used biochar in our re-veg applications and the results that have followed. So again, Albert Hall, ACT. See down the bottom there, and then that's the final result basically. From that to that. All really good results there. Sunshine Coast waste disposal. Again, we look at this for these guys as well in an area where in a business, in a location where you do have something like this with a waste disposal scenario. Vital have actually gone to do some trials in Japan with some similar sort of polymer products as well, looking at sealing things up, and that's what biochar has a great opportunity to be able to do this in all of these endeavours as well. Some really large batters there covered up. This was on a project, depending on to the been of Sydney, just as you drive over the Harbour Bridge, the Warringah Freeway upgrade there. That particular bit of soil on the left was basically like concrete. The guys had prepped it poorly, and the idea was, can we get something to grow on that? And the results out of that were really, really good. I personally, I don't think we would have got the same results without biochar. I think the addition of it sort of improved that outside, which is great. And you can see there's an example of our unit. The guy just working from the top of the cannon. This is another one from the Arboretum. This one here is pretty ridiculous, I find. Yes, good growing conditions in Queensland. Understand that, you get good weather, but the time frame from which this was applied to when you see the growth afterwards is pretty extraordinary. This is a batter on road soil. That was 2 weeks for. Oh yeah, so very, very minimal time between application and that. And again, we see good growth without biochar, but it certainly accelerates it. That's a really good result there, and it's a proven one, which is fantastic. That's about it. Thank you.
So we've got one more speaker for this session, and then we're going to move to the panel discussion. But I think between the next speaker and panel discussion, we'll put up a Slido for any questions for the panel. They're going to be sitting up here. So next up is Angelo Davala, Renewable Bio. So Angelo is certified as an environmental auditor in 1998. This served the surge for his ongoing career. He's a proud father of 5 children, 3 boys and 2 girls. I've got 1 boy, he's Angel. And I asked him who gave you the most trouble, and he said the boys, definitely. What Angelo really stresses me though was that he left a 20-year career in the oil and gas sector to join this world because he had a what am I doing here moment, and sees the work he is doing now in biochar more aligned to his core values. Well, Angelo.
Thank you, and thanks for being with me at the end of the day. I'm sure everybody's a little bit tired and wants to hear something different. Look, I'm actually going to tackle the whole biochar from a different angle. And I don't watch TV either. That's why this function. Look, what brings us here? Look, we want to learn something. We want to understand how to make it. We want to hear about some experiences. Look, one of the things I think that brings us all here, and we probably some of us made a connection or not. Terra Preta was something that they realised, they discovered in the 70s in the Amazon. whoever's own soil is generally pretty poor. And they started finding these tracts of soil that were really, really productive. And they wanted to find out what made this particular soil type productive. This is biochar put down 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. That's a long time. And from that work in the 70s, they started realizing, that a terra preta was essentially biochar laid down a long time ago. They didn't do it for the carbon sequestration. They did it that long ago to improve soil productivity. But this is how long it's been around. We're just applying modern science and discipline to it. What brings me here? Look, we've got some great lessons that I want to talk about in large scale feedstock production. Myself and my business partners, we've been talking to the investment community, the end user community for a long time. And at the end of the day, everybody asks us, where's the feedstock coming from? And of course, if you're going to invest money, and the sort of investments that we're planning on making a 50 to a few $100 million, you can have feedstock for a long time. Where does it come from? How can you guarantee feedstock for that long? It's a big chunk of time. We are doubling. We need to double feedstock production every year. That's what our customers are telling us that they would like. By 2030, just the demand we're getting from customers is going to be 1 million tons a year, probably greater. Where does all that come from? It's a lot of feedstock. It's a lot of feedstock, and we start aggregating all the different uses for biochar, and then you've got the iron orange, the steelmaking industry, all these other, the bio-coal industry. You start aggregating all those potential uses for biomass. It's humongous. So we've kind of tackled it from the other way around, saying, right, we're going to need all this biomass. Where does it come from? So we've actually been working from the other end. We've been working on where does all this biomass come from? Where does it come from? Look, our thinking is how are we going to produce 50 years of biomass or 100 years of biomass? Because that's what our customers and our projects are going to demand. So it's a bit, we've tackled it from what we think from the hard end. All you guys are doing brilliant work at the other end, making use for it. So, this is why we need to collaborate. We need to understand what you guys need, so we can get on with the other end and start making it and producing it. Look, just a little bit for us, about us. Australian company, private. Myself, my business partners, we're from the oil and gas industry and mining industry. Engineers and lawyers and project developers. So we have a lot of experience in commercializing technology. So, and what we do is we take not pilot scale, sort of low commercial technology and scale it up 100 times or 50 times. That's our experience as engineers. I've worked on projects all over the world scaling up technology. So we have two core competencies. One is feedstock, and the second one is project development. After feedstock, the second thing that investors and customers ask us is execution. How are you going to deliver this? You're going to spend $50 million or $500 million. How do you deliver that? It's actually they're very soft things, right? Where's the feedstock come from? How are you going to deliver this? Look, we operate a supply chain capable of 500,000 tons a year. We're probably doing, we'd like to be close to 100,000 tons a year at the moment, but our claims are double every year. We currently export. We're in the business of exporting certified biomass to Europe. We don't want to, but it's market driven, right? Who's paying money for biomass at the moment? So this allows us to get into the supply chain, build up the skill set, so we can produce millions of tons a year of biomass for you guys, right?
You just charge it to me. Then I'll take
Look, what we're realising is that biochar isn't becoming particularly. We see a lot of uses for syngas. We're being approached by customers for syngas. We're being approached by customers looking for bio oil. So look, it's very synergistic. Look, the UN Sustainable Development Goals is quite a lot today, and it's really important to us, especially when we move out of Australia, where communities are really poor and there's no water and there's no education. How do we evaluate all the places that we're going to be working in the future? I'm trying to start from the beginning. It's really simple. Not everybody's may not be here in huge large scale industrial biochar production. So I'm just starting from the beginning. Look, you can make biochar from pretty much any organic matter. But some of the easy ones are crop residues, horticultural residues, forestry, weeds, manures, animal litters. Look, I've actually been really impressed with some discussion today, and we actually are tapping some contaminated material, which is really important. But as a principle, and someone alluded to earlier today, we want to be really careful in tackling stuff that's got toxic substances in it, or heavy metals or toxins. And until we've got that sorted out, we actually know what ends up to those, how those metals and toxins, what happens in the end. Look, we need to be careful. All this demand for feedstock, we need to be careful about Australia. We're okay, but internationally and overseas in third world countries, there's a lot of illegal material potentially going to be harvested, and we need to be really careful about culturally sensitive materials. So, look, lots of feedstocks. Biochar can be really simple. Here's a 70 kilogram a day unit. Here's a 20 kilogram a day unit. Here's a 1 ton a day unit. Here's a 15 ton a day unit. So the scalability is phenomenal, and farmers and horticulturists and end users, they can actually start at the small end of town. I have to say we focus on the big end of town. That's our experience and background, but they can start out really small, and of course it can go really big. And this end of town is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Okay, two things that are really important in biomass. Where does it come from? Firstly, it's volume. How much of it is there? Yeah? And then secondly, well, what's the yield? So, look, here's some examples of this is all Western Australian driven. According to research, there's potentially 10 million tonnes a year available of cereal straw. That's a lot of material, right? I'll tackle how to get to it in a minute. Hardwood and softwood residues, 2 million tonnes. Horticulture, there's 100,000 tonnes potentially of material available for horticulture. That's a lot of feedstock, right? It's adding up. Invasive species of weeds, and look, there's 1 million tonnes, it maybe even a lot more than that to tackle in just in Western Australia. So look, there's certainly a lot of volume available, right? Secondly, is yield. The nemesis of biomass is transport. You can't transport. It's very light and it's very expensive to transport. So it's important to find it in large quantity, find a lot of it in large quantities, but in a fairly restricted space, right? If it's spread over hundreds or thousands of hectares, it's cost a lot of money to transport. So yield is really important to biomass and feedstock. So look, we look at both these things. Where is it? Oh, there's a minute. Where is it? And how much is available in the hectare? Look, out of all that, look down the bottom, Duodonax, that's a type of grass. It's a whole range of grasses, which are classed as energy crops. You can see the difference between, wheat straw and Duodonax. The yield is phenomenal. So again, thinking about the future, where's all this biomass going to come from? There are potential sources that are going to really turn out. Okay, look, wheat straw, plantation timber, mallee, avian litter, it's about the distribution. Where is it? And then how far away is it? You've got to, if you're going to build a biochar plant, how do you get it? How do you get a facility? So again, you not only going to look at the yield, but where is it? And this is some of the issues that we're all facing, right? There's a lot of it, but how do we get it centralised so we can process it? This is what we're doing a lot of work on. Here's some real life examples. This is what we do day in, day out. And I've got to say, it's not easy. We currently, so our business is biomass. We're planning to build a big biochar facility, and we're planning to build a fairly big biofuels facility. But it all anchors on this. Right now, we harvest 400 to 600 tonnes of distressed fire-affected timber, so plantations that were burnt. 400 to 600 tonnes a day is on a good day. There's many days where there's nothing produced. Look, just this operations is around $5 million worth of capital when it's all new. 10 people in total, 6 in the field, $50,000 a month maintenance costs. it's not easy producing lots of biomass, okay? And this is where really we're being not only cutting our teeth, but also breaking a few teeth and legs and pulling hair out at the same time. But this is really important. How do we produce a biomass at a large scale, cost effectively? You know, it's going to cost hundreds and hundreds of dollars per tonne for those who buy it. These are some just for our operations, field chipper, harvesting, chipping directly into a truck. This is a filler buncher, a stacker, screener. These are some of the people. Here's my business partner, Brian, wondering what's happened to this, $1 million machine that's not working. It's not easy, okay? It's not easy, and we need to do it. What we need to do with this set of machinery, we probably need to have 10 of them in operation to produce 1 million tonnes a year. So there's a lot of work. We've covered a bit of this before already, but what I wanted to say was, look, you can't forget about the byproducts. You know, if we're going to do this sustainably, you've got to think about what's happening to the syngas and what's happening to the biolipids, the wood vinegar. It's really important. We've touched on this a lot today, and look, everybody wants to know what the price of biochar is. You know, what am I going to charge you for a ton of biochar? Look, the reality is every market is going to have its own costs. Every market's going to it's typically potentially going to have its own specification, its own potential treated different way, particle size. The feedstock will sometimes determine how the biochar turns out. So look, you know, we've heard this a lot today. Chars ain't chars. It's true. You know, the end use, the feedstock in the end use has a big bearing on what the costs are going to be. So we get people asking us, well, what can you sell this biochar for? What do you want to use it for? This is really important. So there's a lot of combinations in that. There's plenty of biomass around. You know, there's no question that's going to last for a while. And a lot of this is existing. I mean, wheat straw every year. You know, there's a potential of 10 million tonnes a year available. So there's a lot out there. But what we're seeing is demand is increasing phenomenally. Look, we're seeing at least year on year 20% increase in demand for biomass. Most of it going, some of it going to biochar, some of it going to other value-adding opportunities. We're the only company in Australia certified to SBP, the Sustainable Biomass Partnership. It's an internationally recognised biomass certification scheme. It costs us probably $100,000 to get that certification, and that is the ultimate in the biomass world in terms of certification. But there's a lot of work to do. You know, here we are processing timber that the farmer's got to burn. If we don't do something with it, we shouldn't have to spend all that money. We have to fly people from overseas to certify it. So look, it sounds really simple, but it's not. And certification is going to be fundamental to all the end use markets. They all want to know this is going to be our biochar is going to be produced sustainably. Certification, emissions. At the end of the day, you know what happens. What are the total emissions in producing biochar? We need to think about the syngas. What are we doing with it? We need to think about biolipids. What are we doing with it? I mentioned this. Not only does the end use determine the specification, but that's going to be lots of different markets. And I think it's going to be really important because how we evaluate the biochar will determine the price. We've seen prices of thousands of dollars a tonne. We've seen prices of hundreds of dollars a tonne. It's going to make biochar difficult to commoditize. There won't be a standard biochar price like other commodities. So I don't think for a long time because of all the potential end uses. Biochar is not equal. Look, you know, there's a lot of work to be done. I've got a couple of examples here. Once the big end of industrialization comes to town, the big producers, the big equipment manufacturers, we will start seeing here's a mobile straw pellet machine that you can take behind a tractor making pellets. Here's a mobile biochar machine. So as we start to get R&D into production systems where our focus is and producing lots of biochar, there's going to be more and more interest. Energy crops, that's where we're heading. Thank you very much.
up to time, Sam.
Great.
Cool. We're gonna have our first panel discussion, and then we're going to have afternoon tea. Well, I think we're about 15 minutes behind, aren't we?
Ahead.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna put up Slido. If you've got any questions for the panel members. So the first panel is Jason Lee from C12. Here's Steve Mearwell. Yeah, you want to come up? Paul Hogan, Craig Baker, and Alyssa Ruby. And really, this, if you're thinking about your questions, it's really about the challenges that
The drink starts at 6:30. Awards, so every entree starting at 7, basically, so we can sit at 7. Right. Sorry, 1 sec. I'm just gonna bring.
Just when he was going to get involved as well. Here he comes. Right, so I might lead with a couple of questions, but seriously, I would really like some feedback from the audience or questions from the audience. So, Jason, yeah, well, I told you I was going to hit you up first. Jason, you're obviously dealing with people in industrial space. What opposition have you come across in terms of trying to sell the biochar story? Has that been an issue for you?
Selling I guess it's been an education piece. You know, it's the pub story, I guess, what I touched on earlier. You walk into a pub, nobody knows what it is. And I'll be honest, when I years ago, I didn't know what it either. But once you explain it, and I guess the carbon piece is probably the hardest.
What question you want any of them.
And where the transaction takes place with the credits, because everyone sees the credits as the holy grail for biochar. And they just think that there's a big cash cow waiting for them at the end, when in fact, there's a whole process that needs to take place for those credits to be realised when they're sunk. So, you know, that's been the biggest challenge for us as a business. We've been working with Bureau and different organisations, recognising what we're doing. That is a sequestration methodology that is approved. So I guess that's the hardest hurdle from our space. Yep.
Great. I mean, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but do you want to elaborate on that in terms of the carbon? You know, that everyone sees carbon as the holy grail for biochar production, but like Jason explained, there's so much more from a regulatory standpoint, and all the process we have to do to deliver a biochar-based carbon credit, and maybe comment on why haven't we got thank you yet for biochar?
Yeah, well, yeah, good question. I think at the end of the day, you're going to see the outstripping of the demand for carbon credits, probably outstripping as a carbon commodity about 10 to 1. So if the whole world's trying to decarbonise, they're all going to want the credits, and they want it yesterday. And we've had this. We had Qantas come to us and say, we want some credits, can you help us out with biochar? And we need it yesterday, we need Accies. And so when you actually then explain to them, say, look, actually, you've got to develop the commodity value because you can't sink it without having that commodity market first. So it's all of that front end stuff. And then, of course, to get those sinks and those markets mature, I call it turning battleships. They turn really slowly. And it takes a long time, like years. We spent probably the last 6 years trying to develop to where we are now. People in the industry have been doing this for decades, really, and it's taken a long time to get to where it is. So that's the challenge. And the regulatory approvals is then upstream of that again. So, and if you want to feel better, offshore wind is going through 3 years of just trying to get feasibility for competitive leases. Then 5 to 7 years to get the commercial lease, then they've got to build it. So we're looking pretty good.
Right, I might, the next couple of questions maybe aimed at Steve, Melissa, because of your agriculture. I mean, Steve, you touched on it, some of the challenges you faced with WA broad scale ag. Melissa, you work with dairy farmers. Maybe just, discuss, why isn't every dairy farmer in South Australia using it? Maybe Steve can talk to the WA webinar.
Well, I think at the moment it's actually availability of biochar. I mean, there's only 20,000 tonnes produced. I think it's probably increased because there's more projects, but it's availability. So the projects that I did a lot on the Flurio and then workshops and things, and farmers were saying, well, where do I get it from? I'm like, well, do import it from New South Wales at the moment. Now it's available, so I'm reaching back out to them again. But also, but there is some significant dairy producers that have heard about it since, and they all talk, we're closely related, wanting to actually make it themselves. And some of those dairies in the Flurio are increasingly challenged by climate variability and change. So they're actually going to barn type dairies because it's just really undulating, hard to get on their properties. So they want to just harvest everything off, feed it to their animals, and then supply power to the dairies, so make their own biochar, feed it to the dairy, put it back on their properties. So they're actually really interested. The challenge with that is making the system small enough for them. So there's actually not probably the right fit for purpose technology, but they see availability. So they're wanting to actually start feeding now. The big step with dairy, the next step is the methane reduction and proving that up as well. So just a couple of comments.
Yeah, Ewan, I think the big challenge in broadacre in WA is, we have, as most broadacre farming is in Australia, it's inputs based, driven by fertilisers and chemicals. And those big companies that service our big broadacre farmers have got entrenched systems and processes. The people that use the equipment, the farmers, they are also very much indoctrinated into using this big machinery and using those inputs and chemicals and fertilisers, and that's how the industry's been built, and it's been really successful up until sort of more recently, and production's plateaued off. We know that given our climate situation, that those inputs are going to increase, and what's also the challenge at the moment is the cost of those inputs is increasing. So we talk about, we've got biochar, we've got this amazing product. We've got pyrolignous acid that also has these attributes, but nobody's really proven it at scale in these broadacre communities, and nobody's really worked out how they can put it out without busting up their soils. They just spent years trying to work out how to do no-till farming. So we've got to come up with different application methods and rates and make it easy, and we've got to prove that by doing it this particular way, there's a commercial upside. So I think most farmers will be really concerned about environmental consequences, but they'll be more concerned about whether they can do something more efficiently, cheaper, and get higher productivity. And I think that's what we're trying to do with our livestock trials. It's the same thing. There are methane benefits, there will be animal health benefits, and there will be meat quality benefits. But that's not what's going to sell char and feed. What's going to sell char and feed is if we can say, you put this product in your feed mix, whether it's a loose ration or whether it's a pelletised product, and you'll get a benefit. You spend $1 and you'll get $1.10 back, or $1.15 or $1.20. And if you're not doing it, the neighbour down the road is, and he's getting ahead of you. And that's what will drive uptake in the commercial world, in the farming community. And that's why, as mentioned it before, if we can come up with a liquid distribution system that just goes straight into a tank on boom spray. And every time that piece of it goes out and goes across those hectares of broadacre land, they're applying billions of tiny particles of mineralised char, and that has an ongoing effect for centuries on the health of that soil. We've got something that's really, really remarkable. And they're the sorts of things we've got to go to, not selling 10 or 15 tonnes of biochar per hectare and then trying to work out how to get it into soil, how to stop it from blowing away. We've got to come up with a new way and make it cost effective and prove the benefits. We all know that they're there. We've got to do it at scale. We've got to show that we can do this and we can get those benefits at scale.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Tom, I might just touch with you. Put this one to you. You touched on this in your presentation about industrialising, but what technological advancements do you see critical for the biochar industry to overcome in terms of being able to start?
So I suppose it depends on the issue we're talking about. If I agree with Stephen and the other panels, politely, for the broadacre, which is an enormous opportunity, we've got to close that loop about how we produce the data, how we apply it, most efficient way, and prove those benefits. So there's research and there's technology required by there, and we're going to do it in space with the biochars as well, which is really exciting. I think other parts of the biochar industry, though, it's going to be scale. It's going to be able to produce biochar at the right quantities, large enough scale, reliably and cost efficiently. A lot of us have been playing around with machines that are 300 kilo an hour, half a tonne an hour, 1 tonne an hour. We're going to be looking at machines that are doing 10 tonne an hour, or large scale to here's some of the industry steel making wants 200,000 tonne a year start with. These businesses are large, they're bigger than any of us have really been able to really realistically contemplated, but that's what we've got to go. We've got to get to that scale, and we've got to do it safely and efficiently and reliably.
Okay. I'm happy to open it up to the floor. Great. So there's a couple of questions. We do have a roving mic. John and Mike.
You would just so you know that there's questions on the side as well.
Okay.
Random questions and comments as much as questions. First off, to ANZBIG, don't imply that regenerative agriculture has become the biochar adoption. Sell biochar on the fact that it doesn't matter how you farm, it will improve your profits and by improving your soil. And there's a case for that. And as for the PACUs, well, they're a bit of cream on the cake at the end of the day. Don't make that the carrot that your donkey farm has to chase. And so that's one comment. The second one is the challenge is from a broadacre farmer point of view with 4,000 hectares at 200 kilos per hectare. Someone can do the quick maths and tell us how many tonnes we need. But in WA, there are 2 million tonnes of header refuse that comes out of the back of the header, left in rows and burnt every summer to kill the weed seeds that are contained in those rows. If that can be collected straight from the header and put into central points on the farm, with a mobile closed retort biochar system, sorry, Ewan, but we have to go to closed retorts and collect the syngas and bioliquids to make the whole thing more profitable and the biochar more affordable for the farmer. And the biochar that can be produced on farm, no one seems to know the rate we should use it at, but we can ostensibly use the whole lot on farm that farm produces. And so that there's an enormous potential there once farmers realise that by collecting their stubbles, and farmers are very good at using machinery. And there are 2 systems on farm now could be adopted, and there are a couple more that could be imported. The concepts and make it even more efficient. The concept is to never let the header refuse hit the ground. Then you don't have any trouble with rocks and other impediments. And when you collect it off the ground in a hay baler, you leave a lot of the weed seeds behind. And that's the reason why it's put in rows in the first place, to try and reduce the number of weed seeds. So that, and then from a seeding point of view, as one of the speakers today said, put it just below the seed is the best place for it. Well, you've got to produce biochar in a size that will go through the metering mechanisms on air seeders. And that should be possible by crushing it up and screening it. But that's, in a few words, the concept that we have to adopt in the grain belt. And there are 10 million tonnes of header refuse Australia-wide, according to the GRDC figures, that could all be pyrolyzed.
All right, John, well, we might.
Thanks.
Thanks for your comments, John. We
Thank
might
you.
just move on so other people get a chance to ask the question before.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, you're welcome. Mike?
Thank you. I was just wondered about the skills issue in this space. You know, what needs to happen, and is it addressed in the roadmap? You know, what are the skills, the diversity of skills that need to be developed in this space in the program?
Does anyone want to take that one?
It's been a while since I've read the roadmap. I was too closely involved. I was a bit over it by then, but definitely we have to look at it. I think one of the biggest issues is technology scale up that's been mentioned. I think the other thing, I mean, skills is a big problem, but I think the other thing is regulation, because like I've seen this in the water space, you know, with almonds, for example, they utilise in South Australia, I think it's nearly 80% of irrigable water, they have the licenses in South Australia. And so this might happen with the biochar industry as well, and so maybe we need to regulate it. So there's a lot. I'm going off on a tangent, but probably going to answer your question in the skills space. But it is like I think that will come. You know, I mean, there's jobs now that we don't know that exist in that space. I mean, and it's like any technology growing into this decarbonisation space. There's skills that are needed that probably don't exist, that will evolve. And I think I can say, you know, I've been in this space for 10 years. I'm evolving my skills every day and learning every day. It's a new space. All the engineers are growing, learning every day. All the engineers are looking at getting bigger and better. They're growing their skills. You know, potentially, yes, we're addressing that across, if Craig might have got this, across each of the 5 working groups that we've got at the moment. So we've got 5 working groups that are looking at how to solve the problem. So we've got marketing, innovations, policy, regulation, and education. So and so each of those groups are kind of looking at the top issues and trying to come up with area ways of resolving that, and looking at where we'll get the funding from. So it's really exciting where we're at. The working groups are meeting regularly, or starting to meet regularly, and getting those recommendations back up to the board. Yeah, I mean, just on that working group too, the roadmap, we are looking at raising 300,000 in the next 3 months, and to leverage off that to get to our 30 million that we need for the roadmap.
Just back to Mike's question about the training, absolutely. Fabrication, manufacturing, so people mentioned earlier today about moving back to that. If we're going to go to scale, we're going to need a lot of these plants built, and there's all of the domino from the feedstock all the way through to the use of the biochar. there's a whole suite of trades in that need to go with it. I was at a hydrogen conference a few weeks back where they were, the TAFE, tertiary and further education groups in New South Wales were asking about the hydrogen industry for its rollout. What are they going to need? And when you actually look at it, we're going to have skill shortages yet again. I remember hearing this back in the 90s about the mining boom coming, still weren't ready. There will be a skill shortage for this for sure. We do need to make sure that we're bringing through trades and boilermakers, all those kind of things that are starting to diminish in conventional fossil fuel industries straight over. And that'd be really good to come into this industry. And civil and environmental engineers, my degree back in Newcastle is on its knees, believe it or not. And I just can't believe it. In a world where we're needing more and more people to fix the planet, we're struggling to see the intake. And it's not just there. New South's having issues as well. They're the strongest in that degree. Civil engineers are going to need a lot of as well. So all this stuff requires structural and civil engineers, everything from the pads to everything else. So yeah, we need, this is a whole new carbon economy with all skills.
Sam, how are we going for time? I think we got one more question there, but do you?
Yeah, I mean, time is gone.
I ran such a tight ship.
You were doing so well. You were doing so well. I love your work. I just wanted to come on to Slido just to ask I might just throw maybe 3 questions out there and then the panel can decide where they would like to go. So, how important is the cost of feedstock is one question. How would the producers define the experience with WA EPA process? The issues presenters have raised, can they be fed into discussions with WA regulators to circumvent potential problems? So I will leave it to maybe the chair to decide which of those 3 questions you would like to go to first. One.
It's so varied. Like I think you've put your opinion on. I might just tackle the one on how important is the cost of feedstock. And I think it's so variable because each business case is different depending on the cost of their technology. Like I put business cases together, which includes the cost of the technology, the cost of the feedstock, the moisture of the feedstock, the time, the bulk density of the feedstock, how long it takes to go through machines, which Tom's talked about. It's so variable. Each individual business case is different, but what you find is that, like, so for example, Forestry SA put out a expression of interest for feedstock and got several requests for it. But I think, and so that kind of regulates the market, I suppose. And so those that can afford it will afford it, I suppose, and make it work through their systems. So I guess that's what I sounded. I think I'll hand it over to you to talk about the regulation, unless someone else wants to have a go.
Craig, I'll give you 1 minute.
I'm going to cut him off. Look, I think
Go for it.
it's a bit like plastics that, how do you value waste plastic? Because you just throw it away. And if that's the case with what's feedstock for the pyrolysis industry, if you can just burn it in your paddock, there's no cost to that. Well, it's really a valueless product. But how long is the world going to let that happen? When are you going to be taxed on your emissions from burning stubbles, for example, or header trash, or any other biomass, or if you let it degrade in your paddock and then it goes back up in carbon? So if the world's serious about addressing the re-emission from these processes, then the cost of not dealing with it properly should be how you value it, because that's what you should be taxed. You should pay for not using this in a way that's going to benefit the planet and the environment. So we're a long way from that now, but I think that's the future that that we all face, is that there's going to be a cost for not dealing with your emissions, regardless of how they go back up in the atmosphere.
Nigel, do you want to?
I think that the demand for the feedstock, and if we heard before, the demand for feedstock on what's up. Farmers are going to be consciously exporting nutrients off their farms. That price goes somewhere else. So that whole feedstock solution to really valuable. But obviously, the best project is one where you take the problem and that's the project. So go to the EPA, WA. We have been to the licensing process relatively recently. it's fair to say the EPA are very rigid in applying the rules. They're not going to bend the rules even the slightest bit. No example was we get license that facility to be allowed to run for 3 days. 3 days long, at the beginning of the process, 100 kilos an hour. So another 10 tons, but that goes with the same license process as any other producing facility, no matter what size it is. So, that being the case, once we put an application in, the process is actually quite good. People would be quite good. I've got to say, it really went through without too much trouble. So it's like the fact that they are rigid. There were no field work blocks thrown our way. And our application, they were feel fortunate.
Yeah, I was just going to comment in China, they basically created the biochar industry overnight by basically banning burning of agricultural waste because it was a shocking for their air emissions. When they made that decision, they implemented it. Your situation is classic because there are areas in Western Australia and other parts where biomass is just burnt, letting emissions go up into the atmosphere. In Australia, and it's unregulated. It's virtually unregulated. Or if it is regulated, it's a 1970s agreement that allows that to happen. So I think we need just a bit more common sense and follow that China model of just getting stuff done.
I think we're going to have one more question. Sid's had his hand up there for.
I just wanted to follow the theme about bureaucracies and government. In my career, reported to 30 ministers, 4 premiers. No one had any expertise in the area our department was involved in. So one of the key things I think we need to do is to address the political question. Don't expect the logic and reason of the wonderful presentations we've had today go have an effect. You're going to have to be involved in the dirty business of politics. Now, since I've joined the Extreme Centre Party, my influence on either side has diminished. But quite frankly, it's very serious because in the next 4 or 5 months, we're going through the reshaping of a methodology, additional methodologies. The crazy thing is, because of politics, the Commonwealth government spent God knows how much money on organic matter as a methodology, but it excluded biochar itself, although allowed organic carbon due to biochar as present to be credited. That's a sort of ridiculous argument. Now, in my experience in politics always says that, just like Don Bradburn never made his centuries right without using timing, and timing is right now, because coming up into the main session, they will produce methodologies. The good thing is, if you look at the legislation, surprisingly, the methodologies do not require the 2 houses of Parliament to agree. If they did, that would be the end of the world, but I'm sure you agree. In fact, all methodology has to be passed, is to be laid on the table for 30 days. But it's really important that NZIP look at a political perspective. And often, it's all my experience with scientists, they're absolutely naive because they're too nice.
All right, thanks very much. We'll take a break now. So the next session is another panel discussion, so there will be more opportunities for questions. This will be run by Craig Bagnell. So why don't we just grab a quick coffee, stretch the legs, go to the toilet, and let's get back here. Thank you.
The troublemaker again, Sam. Sam, will you send through the link?
So we invite, Craig Bagnell's going to run the session, Louise Edmonds, Carbon Sink, Deborah Pierce, Biomass Projects, Anthony Bodycock, the Wood Corp, Angelo Davala, Renewable Bio, If you could come to the stage, please. Also, we've got we'd like everyone to get out their phones right now and scan the QR code and please provide us some feedback. I'm not saying anyone to get their phones. I really want everyone to get their phone. Jason, you'll yes. So, yeah, we really want some feedback on today's event and basically how we can run it better into the future. I'll leave it to you, Craig.
Right, apparently we've got about 15 minutes left before we're going to do a close, so we'll make this quick. But welcome to the panel and welcome online, Anthony. Great talk before. No, I might actually, we're going to run one question to you guys and then go to Slido. But it's a question I've heard in a few conferences lately, and I thought it was a good one. And I'll start with Anthony first, and then get everybody else here on the panel. So, Anthony, what if you had your time again with looking at biosolids-derived biochar? What would you double down on and do even more? And what would you do? What would you change completely?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, and initially I probably, even from the very outset, would have tried to involve the regulator at the start of the research in the project to bring them along with the journey. So rather than doing it almost from a point now going forwards, the earlier you can bring the regulator into the research, I think it'd be a far better way of going about it. For the work that we did 30 years ago, I think piloting and demonstration plants would have been a much better option rather than going in and almost starting from scratch. There's a huge amount of lessons learned in it, and we were trying to produce back, it was say in the 1990s, 2000s, more of an oil, and to be frank, it stunk, and it stunk the whole of the Subiaco Shedden Park area out as well. So actually trying to go for your market, and where that would lead us to now potentially would be in the pyrolysis up to a gasification, looking at more of a syngas and trying to get more energy recovery around the plant. So they're probably two of the biggest things that would have done, along with potentially looking at blended biochar feedstocks way back when, and having a look at a specific problem in potentially agriculture and trying to match the biochar for that, rather than having the biochar and trying to fit it to somewhere else.
Fantastic, thanks, Anthony. All right, I might go to Louise next. Same question. Oh, sorry, Angela, you were ready? You're all fired up? Whoever was taking first. Yeah, Louise. So, as a carbon project developer, same question. What would you double down on and what would you do differently?
Gosh. Down, what I did. Well, I've been on this for a long time, started in 2007. Took me, I don't know, 5 years of fundraising to actually get our feet on the ground. And actually, I think I doubled down, to be quite honest with you. So I think part of the things that have made us successful is real ambition. And real ambition actually attracts serious capital. And I think that that's something that I strive for. And I'd encourage everyone here to do the same. I get the feeling that you're all pretty ambitious.
Okay, Deb Pearce, Biomass Projects. We're fairly newcomers to the as project developers this, but I'll speak from my own background. I've spent the last just short of 50 years filling out forms for farmers. It's what I do. Forget qualifications, forget experience. I think I was the only person in the East Kimberley for 20 years who could fill out forms. Get the paperwork right, the regulations, understand that if you are producing more than 10 tonnes per year, you are a prescribed premises under the EPA Act. So then go and meet with the Environmental Protection Authority people and, and understand what they want and train them up. You know, all of that paperwork side of things, you know, I think the general topic of this was opportunities, and I was thinking about, well, what's the opportunity? Think about WA, the 10% of the state we're talking about from Gelton to Esperance is all freehold. You look at the 90% of the state on the other side, it's large tracts of land, it's all crowd land, and various guises, whether it's pastoral leases or TO land, whatever they try to land. But generally, there's not much freehold outside of that. So think about how to develop scale, given you've got 90% of the state, a lot of it's weed invested, that's what we're focusing on. So I can't really talk about what I do different because we haven't done too much physically yet, but in terms of the experience I would focus on would be get the paperwork right, bring traditional owners in. I know, you know, people sort of cringe at the thought of how difficult that is. After doing large scale development projects and environmental approvals in the York for the last 20 years, I can tell you that EPA and the traditional owners are the easy part. Is anyone here from the Department of Lands? Okay, I won't comment on them, but you know, there's your opportunity, but you've got to work with the people that are at the top. You've got to work with lands and planning in the state. You've got to work with politics. Sid mentioned that earlier. Sid, you know, that's the priority. You've got to get that drive from the top. If we're going to make any sort of scale change in WA, we've got to have the politicians singing this. We've got to have them realising that the 10 tonnes per annum requirement for a prescribed premise under the Environmental Protection Act is bullshit, really. But it has to be done. So we get the rules changed. But we get the politicians singing, and that's what was great having Jane here. I had a good chat to her, and hopefully we'll get a call from her office this week.
But both questions need the same answer to be from that stakeholder engagement. Look, you can never underestimate how difficult it's going to be, firstly. And then secondly, you need to think really far and wide about who your stakeholders are. You'd be surprised when you start thinking about the community, the government, your market. If you could put together a really comprehensive list of who your stakeholders are going to be, it's quite extensive, and you need to talk to them early to find out what the issue is going to be. If you understand that, then you can get on top of a lot of these problems early.
Deb, you actually jumped in there it was a good point you were making. The next step I was going to say, that was about what you have been doing, but of the opportunity. So I'll go to Anthony online. In terms of the waste of the water sector, where do you see the biggest opportunities? I know you had a couple of good slides and then actually mentioned a few of those at the end. But what do you think is the low-hanging fruit with the biggest opportunity? Still there, Anthony?
Yeah, sorry, I just missed a bit of that.
I was just saying, what do you think are the greatest opportunities and the lowest hanging fruit for biosolids derived biochar in the water sector?
Yeah, I think the biggest. That's a good question. Because it doesn't fit into any neatly into any existing regulatory frameworks and so forth to support the change, but I think Southeast Water in Victoria are really leading the way for the water industry in this area, along with the Logan example, the Logan Water. The biggest opportunity, I think, is in agriculture, potentially also absorbents in other areas. But I think for us, there's not only the value of what could be the ACCU, but also a reduction of transport and other areas. But with adding it to existing, doing co-pyrolysis with blending, I think is a really good way to go through. Whether that's FOGO or something else, I really don't know, and we can see what the Southeast experience is there. FOGO, when it comes in, is full of all sorts of things. So it'd be really interesting to see what comes through there. But I think co-pyrolysis, Victorian in particular, Southeast Water leading the way, will lead us through that approach of the best areas in the future.
Thanks, Anthony. I know actually Arabian and Carpet were in Sydney at Sydney Water. It was about a week and a half ago. There's a new Australian Research Centre hub being proposed. So at the end of the ARC for transforming biosolids is coming to its 42, and they're now looking at, one for organics, looking at municipal organics, and it's all about the co-feeds. Hopefully, that whole thing with co-feeds with FOGO and other green waste and other organic wastes in the diversion of waste from landfill should come into play as that goes forward. I know that's answered it. Louise or Angela, did you want to talk to opportunities, I guess, for WA in particular? Where do you think the biggest opportunity is in your field?
Well, I used to compost FOGO, actually one of the first FOGO manufacturing facilities down in the Bunbury region. And we produce very high quality compost for agricultural uses and were successful in getting that out into markets almost in every sector of agriculture. In fact, we manufactured that compost using biochar, and it was a really incredible product. But there's a lot of waste involved in FOGO manufacture, and I think that's a huge opportunity. It's been a while since I've been in a FOGO facility, but yeah, is there anyone here who is in the municipal waste sector? No. Okay.
Good target for next time.
Agricultural sector. That's our immediate focus for a couple of reasons. One is that we love the circularity of it. We know where our biomass is, and potentially, hopefully, the farmers that we're going to work with are not far away. So close proximity, feedstock in use. But for all people here, if it's amazing examples being used, if you have an end use in mind, a customer. From that customer, you identify their specification. This is what we would like: the type of biochar, size of biochar, activated, unactivated. So if you know the customer, the spec, and you know your feedstock, that's low-hanging fruit because you connect the two together. So we focus on a particular sector, but there's lots of them connected together, and you've got low-hanging fruit.
Did you want to say more to the opportunities there?
I sort of touched on earlier, I think the zone outside of the sort of Southwest Land District has a massive opportunity. We're focusing on weeds in the north at scale. We've leased Marty Station, which has BCI salt owned by Terry Stokes on one part. It has City Pacific, that's involved that Clark Palmer takes on constantly on the other part of it, and we've got the stations company invested, so it's big, strictly woody. The opportunity for doing projects at scale, not having to worry about the transport costs, because if you're clearing, chipping, cooking, putting it back into the soil in the same spot, you're not having to worry about any of that associated infrastructure. You don't need B-doubles or triples or close carting or whatever it happens to be. You don't need to, to be too concerned, but that's probably a Pilbara and Kimberley specific opportunity, but they're big areas. Gascoyne, there's some massive areas out there with some weeds that need removed.
So I saw up in the Kimberley, there's a hydrogen project that's come on with a community sharing benefit with the first one with the Indigenous people up there, where they're actually, I don't know if people are familiar with working with Indigenous land groups, but typically if you go into mining projects or anything else, you'll engage and they'll end up with royalties or something like that. And it's not really worked around the country. It's always caused conflict. Hasn't really resulted in the outcomes that was intended. And in the Kimberley, up in Kununurra, I believe there's a green hydrogen project that's coming out just recently where the local LAUC had been brought in as a full equity owner in the project. So it's a true community sharing benefit. This whole model of, I guess, giving back to the community is part of the project. Different model. What's your thoughts on the opportunities possibly in this trust?
Well, look, I think it's more than giving back to the community. I think it's about treating traditional owners as business partners. Build them in commercially. It's part of your business model, because then there's a vested interest. There's ongoing income if you can make this work. It's not just a bit of few crumbs here and there or a few royalties. It's about, okay, here's X% of our business, or let's partner on this and do it commercially. And stop making everything a social outcome or whatever, just make it a purely commercial outcome, because you're always going to get good sense on that. As long as it's a viable project, nothing has to be bleeding heart. Make it business and treat the TO group business partners.
Yep. Nothing better for their pride too. I watched I think it was on Landline about a couple of months ago. There was a young kid out of Halls Creek that had gone out to one of the stations to do training to be stockman. But he said I'd be in jail if I wasn't actually here on a training program to have purpose. I think if you can give kids purpose, I sat down with a lot of Indigenous elders around the country over the years, and if there's one thing in remote areas, I said it's all good in the tourist areas like Cairns, we can get paid to practice our culture, but how can we practice our culture and get paid to do it in remote areas? And I think this is where there's a real beauty. This industry is just a modern way to practice a really ancient art form. And I think the more we engage with Indigenous people to benefit them, there's a real positive potential.
If I can add to that, you get kids like that are on the horse and getting a bit of confidence, whatever. But if you're also dealing with their the elders and the community leaders on a business sense, it means in 10 years' time, when that kid's 30, might actually take on some of the leadership and some of the business management side because they know the business, because they've seen how the station runs. You know, whether we're taking off weeds or whatever, that all happens in partnership with it. So I think that's just a really important, learning from my experience and more.
Fantastic. Any last comments from any of you or Anthony online? Otherwise, we'll wind it up. Thank you. Can everyone please put their hands together for our notes? I'll pass back over to you.
So we come to the end of the day. I think we've just got the closing address from our CEO, Don, which what time would it be in Melbourne now? Too late, 7:15. If you haven't already, please scan the QR code for the feedback. We really value your thoughts on that. And I'll hand it over to Sam and Don.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, great. All right. Well, thanks, Ewan. Well done. Thank you for facilitating today. And yeah, big round of applause for Ewan, the WA Forum Working Group, and all the presenters from today. What a great program that you put together. So we've got the Farmer's Guide. So that's for the production, use and application of biochar, and you can use the QR code which is on our events page. It's under our resources tab, and there's a QR code, you can download it for free there. This is the result of 5 years work co-authored by Professor Stephen Joseph and Dr. Paul Taylor of the Biochar Revolution fame. And the guide is supported by ANZBIG SCU, Southern Cross Uni, Region Ag Alliance, Department of Environment and Water, WA, under their Healthy Estuaries program, and Earthbank in Sweden. So thank you very much to all of you for your support. We see the guide as another significant resource to go hand in hand with the roadmap, our code of practice, and eventually the ANZ Biochar Certification Scheme. The worldwide launch, and it does have global implications, this guide, and workshop will be delivered tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Australian Western Standard Time at Lake Farms, 598 Warren Road, Witating, just 1 hour's drive from here. It is not too late to attend live, but you can also register virtually and watch it remotely with a recording thereafter. This should be a momentous day if you can possibly make it live, or tell a local farmer or 3 if you know any. So next up, we've got the registrations are now open on our events page for the Tasmanian Forum. So that's going to be on the 7th of May in Launceston. Just to be on May 7 in Launceston, and it's just straight after AgFest. So ANZBIG will be having a stall in the Dairy Pavilion at AgFest. Thank you to AgSpand, Healthy Profitable Agriculture, with the FeedChar trademark registered brand, for sponsoring us to get this exhibition space. And the forum is also sponsored by Sustainable Timber Tasmania and led by our executive board member Karen Enkelar of AgSpan. And we have a number of keynotes announced for the first time today, being Fabiano Examinis, New South Wales DPI. He also spoke to the New South Wales Smart Tool at the New South Wales Forum, and that has just been released. So check it out. It's a great, it's great, as is the whole ABBA biomass platform. Kim Brooksbank, if you're here, I noticed there's a bit of stockpiled seaweed stack up at Geraldton, and I've heard seaweed biochar can make great animal feed supplement. Stephen Joseph, please verify. And a fair bit of broiler litter in the Serpentine Jarrahdale area, and I've heard that feedstock makes a great liquid smoke, also known as pyroligneous acid, also known as wood vinegar, except in this case, the feedstock is not wood. The Tasmanian Forum is about biochar in Tasmania, integrating local systems to support circular economy and greenhouse gas sequestration. It should be great. See you there. Registration's now open on our events page. Next slide, Sam.
There's no slides, Don.
Oh, there's no slides? Okay. So the next steps for ANZBIG are that we will assist the implementation of the roadmap for 10 priority themes, 10 initiatives and 42 actions. We have facilitated the establishment of 6 working groups in February and March. We're going to align all of this to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And the national rollout continues. So Tasmania mentioned May 7, then we go on to Queensland on June 20. We will also be having a Farmers Guide workshop in Tasmania on May 8 and in Queensland on June 21. The other thing we're doing is engaging with other allied industries and sectors. And so as an example, we did invite Grain Industry Association of Western Australia, GIWA, and Mineral Research Institute of Western Australia to the forum, but competing events stopped them from coming. So we are competing with a lot of other sectors, and as are we with the biomass itself. Also, I must mention, and Melissa touched on this, that we will launch a 90-day crowdfund in April till the end of the financial year. We are seeking 300,000, which is what we have raised so far since the roadmap's inception 2 years ago, almost to the day. So now we seek the same amount in the next 3 months. The curve is rising exponentially, and 300,000 is 10% of the 3 million we seek to successfully implement the roadmap annually. I must mention that Stephen Joseph has got us started by donating 15,000 from his private consulting work with OG Holdings, which are the third largest forestry and paper company worldwide and a corporate member of ANZBIG. So big round of applause to Stephen for your generous donation. Thank you, Stephen. This will go towards the production of the full Farmers Manual written and launched in the 24-25 financial period. So we're just at the beginning. We're rolling out the roadmap nationally. This is action 1.1, but some of the other initiatives and actions are happening simultaneously. So, for example, we now have a farmer's guide. Also, one of our members looks like potentially securing our first major biochar commercial demonstration and trial. So initiative 4, which is the biggest budget line item in the roadmap. And thank you once again to all the sponsors for today. So we've got Energy Farmers Australia, Water Corporation, WA, Renewable Bio, Highway Group, C12, Facera, Vital Chemical, Regen Ag WA, and Lottery West. Also, supporter, Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development, DPIRD. A big round of applause again, please, for everyone. Also, a big thank you to all our members of our working group, Ewan Beaumont, Ian Kinnenmonth, Steve Meerwald, Jason Lee, Angelo Debler, and Kathy Dawson. Thank you so much for putting together a great event. A big thank you to the team at Ansbig, Rebecca DeGale in administration, Rosie Moulton, our graphic artist, and Sam Sagami for running the AV and everything she's had to coordinate since she landed in Perth. I wish I could say you could put your feet up now, Sam, but we've still got an awards ceremony to run tonight. Thank you also to our executive board members again that go above and beyond the call of duty, of which some are here today. So round of applause. Our chair, Melissa Rebick, immediate past chair, Nigel Murphy, our public officer, Craig Bagnall, and Professor Stephen Joseph. Thank you very much. Round of applause. And the rest of our executive board that aren't here today, you can go to our About Team page and see who they are. And finally, to all our members, your success is our success, and Ansbig is here to serve you in your endeavours. We practice continuous improvement and strive to bring better value for your membership. Without you, none of this work would be possible. Thank you to our audience. Please give yourself a big round of applause. And until Tasmania, Charles.